Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now.
What if a newspaper could make your city cleaner? What if a newspaper could solve your traffic woes? What if a newspaper could switch on a street light? What if a newspaper could make you feel safer? Let's raise issues. Let's solve issues. Hindustan Times. Let's make news better.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Z Jaipur Literature Festival's fourth Samvad. We are delighted and proud to introduce our next session, Room on the Roof, with Ruskin Bond in conversation with Hemali Sodi and Udayan Mitra. Let us welcome them.
Young girls, I think. Huh?
When they mic'd him up and they started to Ruskin asked him, where are you staying? And it was on the loudspeaker everywhere. People actually clapped like that.
That's right. They'll pick us up quite clearly, yeah? Because that other auditorium was closed at the back,
Yeah.
no? How many of these are there? Yeah?
Is it on?
The singing.
Should take account of how many girls wear glasses, huh?
So as soon as our session is over,
Shall we go? Yeah. Is this on? Are the mics on? Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon session post-lunch with Ruskin Bond. And the focus of the session today is Room on the Roof. And the reason the session is called that is because we are celebrating the, believe it or not, 60th anniversary of Room on the Roof. The book was published in 1956. I think before most of us in this audience were born, but it's amazing that the book is as popular today. It's actually, I think it's even more popular today than in the first years when after it was first published. Can you one second, just one second. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, better. And it is 60 years since the book was first published, and we have just published this 60th anniversary edition, which is an illustrated hardcover edition. Very nice, the illustrations inside everything. So, and Ruskin has a special introduction for this edition. This is just out, it's available at the bookstore. So, all of you know Ruskin. I don't need to introduce him, but I think I do need to introduce who I am and who Hemali is. So both of us work at Penguin Random House, one of Ruskin's publishers. Hemali is his children's publisher. I am his publisher for his more general books. I wouldn't say adult, more general books. And both Hemali and I have known Ruskin for, what, 20 years now?
20 years.
18, 19 years, 20 years, something like that. So he is more of a friend and a family member than really an author. So, which is why we kind of address him very familiarly as Ruskin and not as Mr. Bond, and which is why there's going to be a fair amount of frivolity today in this session. It's not going to be all serious questions and literary criticism and that kind of thing. We're going to have a little bit of fun and games. Which I hope you will also participate in, because we'll have a lot of time for audience questions as well. So, without wasting any more time, let's get into it. First question from Hemali.
Right. So before we get into the frivolity, I think we will ask a few questions around the room on the roof and some of Ruskin's other books. Ruskin, my question is, the room on the roof is now 60 years old.
So you can see how ancient I am.
No, that wasn't the question. Did you ever think at the time that you were writing it that it would become this enduring classic? How do you feel now?
Well, anyone who writes a book, can you hear me? No. You see. Now can you hear me? Otherwise I'll just have to dance here instead of talking.
Please say you can't hear him. He'll dance.
I'll do my tap dance for you. But anyone who writes a book would of course like it to last a long time and to be read by as many people as possible. But you can't always predict the future of a book. And I was very lucky to get it published in the first place. I was only, I'd written it when I was 17 or 18. Took me 2 or 3 years to find a publisher. That was when I was in London. And I was about 21 when it finally came out, by which time I was back in India. So in those days we didn't have literary festivals and book launches and all the hangama that goes on now with books. So you were lucky if you saw your book in a bookshop, and you were lucky if you met a reader. In fact, now I meet thousands of them.
I did also want to make a mention of the very talented designer, Gunjan Alawat, who's somewhere in the audience,
Yes.
who has designed this edition of The Room on the Roof.
Yeah.
Gunjan, you want to show?
Yes, so beautiful
It is-
watercolors are in the book.
Absolutely brilliant, beautiful watercolors. Do check it out, it's in the
Gunjan is hiding somewhere there at the back, as he usually does. His work speaks for itself. So Ruskin, tell us a little bit more about, I mean, so 60 years back, when you first published the book, how have things changed in terms of the literary landscape? Was it easier then? Is it easier now? Do you think authors have to do a lot more work now than they had to do then?
In some ways it's easier now because in India we have more publishers now than we used to. Back in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, there were very few book publishers in India, and a writer had, if he wanted to be published, he almost had to look abroad. Things have changed now, and that's why you had Penguin Books in India, because there are people buying books and reading books. So this is a myth. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That people say people aren't reading anymore. That's not true. People do read, and in large numbers, but reading has always been a minority pastime. So, say even when I was a boy in a class of about 30 boys, there were just 2 or 3 of us who were really fond of books and who read them regularly. And in those days there was no television, there was no no laptops, there was no video games. So the things that we blame today. You could go to the pictures once a month and that was about it, or read comics. So, but even then, book readers were a minority and are still a minority, but now in terms of actual numbers, because the number of educated young people has grown tremendously over the last many years, that even a small minority, a small percentage of them, if they are readers, then that goes into hundreds of thousands. So so in many ways we do have more people reading books today than when I was starting out as a writer. And
Right.
in fact, writing wasn't very fashionable then. I came home in 1950 from having finished school, and my mother said, "Well, Ruskin, what are you going to do with yourself now?" And I said, "Mom, I think I'll be a writer." And she said, don't be silly, go and join the army. Every youngster in those days actually had, the first choice was the army because you didn't have a very big selection.
The Room on the Roof, of course, brings us to the inimitable Rusty. Is there a reason he's remained the same age in all the books? Approximately the same age. And also, how much of Rusty is Ruskin?
Well, a lot of Rusty is Ruskin, but yes, he is the same age in a number of books.
In a number of books, yes.
He does grow up in others. Well, sometimes the readers don't want their favorite characters to grow up. I mean,
That's
Popeye is always the same age.
That's right.
And William and so many other characters don't grow up. I'm looking forward to growing up one of these days.
Now, speaking of how much of Rusty is Ruskin, also just to go back a little bit, the room on the roof, there was actually a room on the roof, right, that you lived in, and that which forms the a barsati, which forms the backdrop to this novel. I mean, the diary notes that you had actually translated into the novel, right? How much, you want to talk a little bit about that? I mean, so how much of the novel is actually based on real life experiences and how much of it is invented?
Yeah, you see, the year I finished school, and in 1951, I was in Dehradun, and I wanted my own room so that I could write. And my mother did arrange a small room on this roof. It was a barsati actually,
Right.
and it was open to the elements, and the wind and the rain came in. So did the odd jackal at night. And anyway, I had. It's very important for a writer to have his own space, and not just a writer. I think most of you would like to have your own room, your own space, where you can be private, keep a journal, a diary, just do whatever you want to do. And so that's something I insisted on all my life. I don't need a big space, but just a small space and a window. Windows are all important.
Right.
You've got to be able to look out on the world.
Right. You still have that, right? I mean, a room of your own and
And
a
a
window
window.
to look out.
Yes, the
Yes,
window,
that's
So in a way, I'm still living in a room on the roof.
right.
And,
Sorry, yeah,
no,
go
no,
on.
no.
So the Room on the Roof was actually, you did have a tough time initially getting to publish it. Only for it to be picked up by one of the most renowned editors in the world, Diana Attil.
Yes.
So do you want to tell us a bit about that, how you went on to become a close friend with her? Were you initially daunted? How was the experience?
Well, before I was packed off to England, and during this year in the Room on the Roof, I was writing stories, and some of them were getting published in magazines here. In fact, my first story was published in 1951, and it was a skit on one of my school teachers, my maths teacher, who never gave me more than 22 out of 100 anyway. So I got my revenge on him with this story. But they weren't very happy back in my own school, my old school, and they didn't send my school leaving or character certificate. And I'm still waiting for it. It's now perhaps a reminder is due now.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was packed off to England, and there I tried different publishers, and finally Diana Attil, who was the senior editor at Andre Deutsch, she sort of took me on and encouraged me and helped me to finish the book because I was getting discouraged. So you get discouraged very easily when you're young and you try to create something, do something new. So we all need a little encouragement. But my advice to all of you in whatever you undertake, whether it's writing or any other important project, is don't give up easily, never despair. But if you do, then work on in despair. So and finally you complete whatever you set out to do. So as I said, the book finally found a publisher, and in those days an advance was only £50, but that was enough to get back to India.
Right.
And I was very anxious to come back to home, to friends, family, to the place I'd grown up in, and I did. And then when I got back, I just started pounding my old typewriter and writing stories and articles for all the magazines in the land. And that's what I'm still doing today.
One more serious question, and then I promise you we're done, and it'll be more fun
They
stuff.
want serious
Yeah,
questions.
they'll also have serious stuff to ask. So. No, but this is something that I recently reread Room on the Roof when this the anniversary edition came out, and it just struck me again that because it's written in the early 1950s, one of the aspects of the Room on the Roof is it's also, I mean, it's of course about Rusty, but it's also about the Britishers who stayed on post-independence, Britishers who chose to live in India, and this is maybe it's best seen in the character of Mr. Harrison, Rusty's guardian. Was this something that was on your mind when you were writing it? Because independence had come in 1947. You wrote this in the
Yes.
early 50s.
That's true. It does maybe reflect the period in which we were living. In that 1947, the year of independence, I was 12. And so when again my maths is very bad, but I was about, when I finished school I was 16.
Right.
And so India was changing a lot. We just, World War II was just over.
Right.
My father had served in the Air Force. The independence had come in 47 while I was at school.
Yeah.
Came home in 1948, those winter holidays, Mahatma Gandhi was assassinated.
Right.
A lot was happening. And people of European origin were all, actually most of them were leaving the country. Which was one reason. My mother also sent me off thinking I'd have a better future abroad. But I always wanted to come back. I've always followed my heart rather than my mind. And I think that's the way to be happy, is to do what makes you happy in life. And if you are fond of people, be close to them. And so I came back and knowing that it would be difficult to make a living as a writer in India in those days when we had so few publishers, and you didn't get paid very much either. But it worked out.
Ruskin, you're one of the most celebrated and the most loved children's writers in the world, but you didn't really specifically set out to write children's books, did you? So,
No, I took myself very seriously when I was young. As most of us do. It's only now, as you get older, life becomes a little more ridiculous sometimes, you know. And so now I can see the funny side of things. But as a boy, everyone said you're a very serious young man, Mr. Ruskin.
Yeah.
And now they say you're not at all serious.
so what are the main differences that you see? Because you still write books for adults.
Yeah.
What are the main differences that you see in writing or addressing these two different audiences?
Not a great deal of difference. I don't change my style or writing very much. Obviously, if you're writing for very young readers, you must write simply and clearly and tell them a good story, because a boy or a girl, if they're bored on page 1, they'll throw your book away. Whereas an adult might read at least 2 or 3 chapters before throwing the book away.
Right.
So it's in any ways more difficult writing for a young audience, because you have to hold their attention, and also you get very an interesting reactions from young readers who are usually honest in their appraisal. Adults might flatter you and say, "Oh, that's a very good story you've written, Ruskin." But I get criticism sometimes from youngsters. There was a little girl who not so long ago, she came up to, she must have been 10, and she said, "Sir, I like your ghost stories, but can't you make them more scary?" She said, they're not scary enough, they're not frightening enough, she said. And then I realized that with all the scary movies and horror we get on television, my ghosts are actually friendly and helpful.
The Room on the Roof has a sequel, which I don't know how many of you have read. It's called Vagrants in the Valley. The book is not as celebrated as The Room on the Roof is, but it is, I think, again, it's a classic. You want to talk a little bit about that? Why you chose to write a sequel? And
I wrote a sequel. Now, there again, you see, disappointments can come even after a success. So, Room on the Roof was published abroad. I wrote a sequel. I couldn't get it published anywhere. So, at least for about 10 years. So, you have to be prepared for disappointments all along the way. It's very rarely that you can start off with an instant bestseller and then continue to write them. Now, that happens to a few authors. But I think 90 out of 100 have to persist, as I did over a period of time and for many years, to get some recognition and a fairly wide readership.
No, we think it's an absolute classic, Vagrants in the Valley, and it tells of Rusty's adventures. It continues his adventures, which start in Room on the Roof. And so later in the year, we are bringing out a Puffin Classics edition of Vagrants in the Valley, and I think that book also really deserves its place in the sun, which it might not have had all the time.
It continues Rusty's adventures and with some of the characters from The Room on the Roof, Kishan in particular, and one or two of the other boys. So the boys in The Room on the Roof are real, and I've stayed in touch with them all over the years. In fact, only a month back, I had a visit from Somi, who's one of the principal characters in The Room on the Roof, and he came to see me after, 50 years, because he was living abroad all this time. So, and he was just the same. Some people don't change. Just as affectionate and charming as ever.
You chose to live in Mussoorie pretty early on. I mean, you lived for some time in Delhi, I think, and after that...
I lived in Delhi for about 5 years in the 60s. 1960s, Delhi was very boring then. It's much better now, I can assure you. But in the 60s, there was nothing you could do there.
Why did you choose to make your home in the hills, and then you've never kind of thought about living anywhere else, right? So Landor is kind of identified with you, and you are identified with Landor. So.
Well, I just forgot to go away, actually. You get used to living in a particular place, and you make relationships, and you then there are ties that keep you there.
So talking about your time in Delhi and the various times that you've actually moved away from the hills, the Thomas Cook affair. Do you want to tell the audience a bit about?
Well, you see, whenever in those early days when I didn't have any money, so I had to take jobs while I would then come back to my room at night and do my writing. This was when I was in England. Then when I first went there, one of the jobs I took was with a travel agent, Thomas Cook and Sons, well-known people, and they just set up an office in Jersey in the Channel Islands, and there was this lady who'd been put in charge, and she wanted an assistant, so she took me on, and I was just very inexperienced, 17, 18, and she put me in charge of the office because she then started having a love affair with a gentleman who used to sell second-hand fire extinguishers. Very dangerous because some of these fire extinguishers never worked.
Right.
Anyway, she'd be out of the office all day and leave me in charge. And there I would be sitting near this old telephone with calls coming from the head office in London asking me to book people into different rooms. And in those days, and still today, I get sometimes confused between double beds and twin beds. So people would want to be a room with twin beds, some with double beds, and I was getting mixed up, and people who slept separately all their lives, I was putting them in the same bed. And people who wanted to be together on the same bed, I was separating them and putting them in twin beds. So in the end, I got fired. And so did the lady. I don't know if she ever married the fire extinguisher or not. But anyway, the office closed down at the end of the year. So I had to do these kind of jobs from time to time. But they also gave me stories and something to write about.
Ruskin Bond's fascination with ghosts and ghost stories.
Don't believe a word of any of my ghost stories.
Is it because you live in the hills and they are more, they are more rife with stories and legends and stories of ghosts?
Yes. Well, I grew up reading ghost stories, and I can toss off the odd one. You see, the thing is, first of all, my first priority is write about people, about children. And if I run out of ideas there, I write about relatives, eccentric uncles and aunts and grandparents. I run out of grandparents and relatives. I write about animals. When I run out of animals, then I think, what's left? Ghosts. I can always cook up a ghost story. And there are some very obliging ghosts really up in the hills. So they come and tell me their stories from time to time.
So I have to share this thing with you. So many of us, the Penguin Random House office is kind of large. I think there are about 150 people working there. Many of us have been in touch with Ruskin, and he writes handwritten letters to people. And if you visit the Penguin office at any time, you'll see that many people, including me, we have letters from Ruskin Bond pinned up on the pasteboard above our desks. There are at least 25 such desks in the office.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know. Now I'm going to charge them for my letters.
So, Ruskin, what I wanted to ask you is, I know that you still handwrite your manuscripts.
Yeah, because I'm more comfortable writing by hand.
But
I
you
used to type, but
used
I
to
started
type, right?
getting a stiff neck typing.
Right.
So I went back to, also in the early days, I'd write by hand and then type out the final version.
Yeah.
Now I save time by simply
just
writing by hand and knowing the kind people at Penguin, they're not going to insist on a typescript.
Yeah.
And so they've been quietly collecting my handwriting letters.
Right.
And so I think I'll add a little bill to each of them.
Yeah. And at some point we have to start auctioning these off. Yes.
Talking about the writing process, Ruskin, you have always maintained a diary, right from
Off
when
and
you were
on,
a young
yes,
boy.
Yes, not a daily diary, but
jottings,
a
musings,
notebook.
notebook.
I put things down so I don't forget them. And even if there are impressions, I'd like to note what the first spring flower that might have opened out, or a particular storm, or just some animal or bird I've seen, and interesting people I've met. So all this also comes for a writer. It's very useful,
Yes.
and will come in use from time to time in stories and essays or even poems. And I write the odd poem too from time to time, and I know many of you do as well. I keep meeting young people who like writing poetry, which is great.
Would you like to recite your favorite poem? I know you've written some wonderful, wonderful poetry.
I've forgotten most of them. The easy one I remember is Lone Fox Dancing.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
yes.
a lovely-
Yes.
When I walked home last night, I saw a lone fox dancing in the bright moonlight. I stood and watched, then took the low road. I stood and watched, then took the low road, knowing the night was his by right. Sometimes when words ring true, I'm like a lone fox dancing in the morning dew. That's what I can remember at the moment. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and I'll tell you the first line I wrote at school, which made me quite popular. Poor little Johnny, he's with us no more, because what he thought was H2O was really H2SO4. Next question.
I thought there were more coming. So.
No, more rhymes.
Okay.
Not offhand. I
right.
would have brought a few if I thought you wanted them.
What kind of books do you like to read, Ruskin? Is there a particular kind of genre that you would like to read? Novels, non-fiction?
As a boy, I read a lot. In fact, I read more than I read today. I was a great bookworm. And you have to, if you're going to be a writer, you have to be a book lover too. So I grew up on the classics, then on the popular writers of that era, Somerset Maugham and Compton Mackenzie, and then I always enjoyed detective stories, Agatha Christie, crime fiction. Right from the early days till today, I've read all the best crime writers, and I enjoy history, travel, anything interesting, a biography, books about interesting people. So read as widely as you can, and you will never regret it.
Some of your books have also been made into films, Ruskin.
Yeah.
How does it feel to see your characters play out on the screen? And have you been involved with the scripting? How has the whole experience been?
Well, with some years back, Sean Benigel filmed A Flight of Pigeons as Janoon. It was a very good film. Then my friend Vishal Bhardwaj made The Blue Umbrella, which was based on one of my children's stories. That too was a very lyrical film. Then later he did Sat Khoon Maaf, which was based on a short story of mine, Susanna's Seven Husbands, in which he gave me a small
Yes,
guest
we
role.
remember.
In
Please
which,
do tell about the moment with Priyanka Chopra.
Oh, I had to, yes, in this scene, I had to give Priyanka Chopra a little fatherly peck on the cheek. And so the first time I did it rather clumsily and nearly knocked her glasses off. She was wearing specs in this scene. Anyway, she was very sporting about it. And so the director said, another take, do it again, Ruskin. So I gave her another kiss on the cheek. Still, it wasn't very convincing. So after 7 pecks on her cheek, the director said, Mr. Bond, I think you're doing this deliberately. And after that, nobody offered me another role, so that was my only venture into films.
We'll open this up to the audience in 2 minutes, but we just want to do a rapid fire round with him to see how quickly he can respond.
No, this is my siesta time. I won't respond quickly
Yeah.
at all.
You do
We're
know
gonna
you're
poke you with
barricaded
that.
on both sides.
Yeah.
There is no escape.
Yeah, so one
the
from
rapid
there,
fire
one from
it
here.
is.
So, you have 5 to 10 seconds to reply to each question.
And if I don't reply, that means I don't get my royalties next month.
We're not telling. Go.
Your favorite author?
Favorite authors have been so many, but let's start with
One.
Dickens to be. What the Dickens? Yes.
Yes.
Charles Dickens.
Your favorite book?
Favorite book would have been so many again. I don't know, Love Among the Chickens, or something like that. Anyway, yeah.
Your favorite publisher?
Favorite-
Nuts.
Favorite publisher?
Favorite
yes.
publisher. There used to be a firm called Penguin Books, but now it's called Penguin Random House.
Yeah. Still your favorite, right? Your favorite cuisine? What do you like to eat? What kind of food do you like to eat?
I don't know, a nice hot buttered toast. I think. I like simple things.
Your first crush?
First crush. Well, yeah, all right. Well, she was about 10 or 11 years old, and I was 11 or 12 years old. And I said, can I kiss you? And she said yes. And the trouble, I tried to kiss her, but I missed her. So she, so very sad. So that was the first crush.
Your favorite film?
Favorite film?
Hollywood or Desi?
I don't know, Tarzan the Ape Man, probably.
Tarzan the Ape Man.
That was the first film I saw.
An actor or actress you've been a fan of?
Oh, what's that one I met in Sat Khoon Maaf?
Yes.
Priyanka Chopra.
Priyanka Chopra.
Sports personality that you're about.
I like that badminton player, Sonia Nehwal, who's doing such wonderful things. Yeah.
And finally, your favorite song, but you have to sing
Sing it.
it.
Now I'm trapped. I can't sing. I'm not allowed to sing. You know, when I was at school, because I had such a bad singing voice, our choir mistress, Mrs. Whitmarsh Knight, her name was, she put me in the school choir because she said I looked cute in a cassock and surplice, you know, those robes. So, but she said, Bond, open your mouth with the others, but don't let any sound issue forth. So one day I couldn't, during this carol service, I couldn't resist it anymore. I was enjoying the carol, so I let out a sudden bellow, it was like a buffalo, you know, bellowing. And she had a nervous breakdown after that. So every night she would sit near the organ, playing the organ until about midnight, you know. She never recovered. Never recovered.
Nice try, but you still have to.
Cars break down if I sing in them. They veer off the road. Doors fall off.
I'm sure the audience all wants
You'll
to
all
hear
go,
you
you'll all flee, you'll run.
No, that's not going to happen. Go ahead, Ruskin. Make
I
our
can't
tea.
even remember a song. No, there's only that old one, what is it? When the barber comes to give me a haircut, I sing it sometimes. आ जाओ प्यारे पास हमारे कहीं घबराए कहीं घबराए सुन 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 अरे बाबू सुन इस चैंपियन में बरगुन and that's all I can remember.
Thank you. And finally, before we open it out to the audience, is Ruskin born Peter Pan?
Peter Pan. No, I'm Popeye the Pan.
Okay, so we're now going to open this out to the audience. But before that, we just have one question that we have to take for Hindustan Times.
So
This is the
HT
question of the day. Which story or book took you a lot of time to write and was challenging?
Which of my books took a long time to write?
And was the most challenging?
Well, The Room on the Roof, I'd say, because it was the first. It took me a year or two, and then I had to write at least 2 or 3 drafts again and again before it finally pleased the publisher and the editors there, in that case Diana you mentioned, before it was finally accepted. So I had to work very hard on that first book, yeah.
Okay, so we'll open this out to the audience now. I think there are mics. So should we start? Okay, no, but we'll follow the process here,
we'll follow.
just so we are fair. We'll start with this side. So would you like to start with the question?
Can I go first? Since I have the mic.
Sure. First her and then you.
Hi, I'm a huge fan. I'm Khushbu, and I grew up reading your books. And yeah, that's enough. My question is regarding your Uncle Ken. So there were multiple times when I would be in the washroom reading, and I would always get late because I couldn't stop. And both my father and I, we both had a great fascination with that character. So could you just tell us a little more about him and whether you exaggerated or whether he was actually that eccentric, or that would be my question.
Yeah, well, I did have an eccentric Uncle Ken, but you see, then I put him in 1 or 2 stories, and because readers like you liked that character, I then thought I'd put him in more stories. But now I'd run out. I mean, Uncle Ken couldn't possibly have done all the things that I've attributed to him. So then I had to invent stories and make up stories about him. So you could say that some of the early ones might have been true, but the rest were fiction. Huh? So he became just a character I'd draw upon and use in stories. But he was based on a real person. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to ask a question?
Check. Check.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Where is that? Where's the person?
Right.
Acha, that's
Me? Mr. Bond, it's a great privilege to be here and enjoy this conversation.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, okay. I loved Satkun Maaf, based on your story, Susanna's Seven Husbands, and Priyanka Chopra so lusciously embodied the dark and twisted Susanna. What was the inspiration for Susanna?
Well,
Was there
it's-
such a woman you encountered?
Yes, it's a story I wrote. No, it really was based on a real person, but someone who'd lived a good 100 years ago. And a woman who was reputed to have had a number of husbands, but since they were most of them were fortune hunters or were after her money or profit in trying to do it, and she would dispose of them in various interesting ways. So I had a nice time trying to think of different ways in which she could get rid of her husbands. It's actually maybe a reversal of the old Bluebeard story, in which Bluebeard goes and gets rid of 7 wives. But I thought, for a change, let's put it in. Let's have a lady Bluebeard. Thank you.
You want to ask your question?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I wanted to ask,
Where are you?
Sorry, where are you?
Okay,
Oh.
okay, right.
would you like to write Room on the Roof again with a backdrop of today's world?
No, if Room on the Roof reflects the world and Rusty as they were then. So I would write it today a different story altogether, reflecting today's world and today's children. But you haven't changed all that much. I know the world has changed around you. We're a technological world where, everything is done differently. But basically, human beings are the same. And the human passions are the same: love, hate, greed, everything is. These things don't change. So they're the basis of fiction and of good stories.
Sir.
Deborah?
Sir.
Right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just one second, let her ask her question.
Sir, of all your stories, which one's the closest to you and why?
Which one's the closest? I think when I'm writing a particular story and enjoying it, well, that's my favorite. Then later on I might go on to another story, and that one would be my favorite. So it's very hard to think of there are stories which have been popular and others might have liked particularly. Such as in The Night Train at Deoli, which was a story I wrote when I was about 21, and it's still one of my more popular stories. But that was my romantic period, the 20s, when I wrote romantic stories. Now I write ghost stories or humorous stories or just stories about life itself.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, here. So, huge fan of your work. I've been reading your stories since childhood, and I think I still enjoy them. Sir, I have a question regarding the relationship you shared with your father or mother, because a lot of it comes out in my father's trees still grow in Dehra,
Yes.
and how he used to work for RF. So, can you please explain a bit on that? It's a wonderful aspect I love of your reading.
Yeah, well, I lost my father when I was very young, but he did have a great influence on me because we spent at least 2 or 3 years together. So, in a way, he was the earliest influence, giving me books to read, taking me to pictures, telling me. He wasn't a writer himself, and his interests were historical, really. So he would take me to old monuments and tombs and tell me the stories behind them. So in that way, he perhaps did set up my interest in the past. So he certainly did have a great influence. But and so you're very lucky if you have a parent who does take an interest in you and becomes more companion than parent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
My question is that since literature
Right.
is a lot about how a reader interprets what a writer wants to write, do you think that the way they teach literature in schools and colleges today is ideally suited? Because I'm myself a literature student, and there are a number of times when I want to interpret a piece in a different way and my teachers want me to interpret in a different way. Like the eyes are not here by you. I'm doing it in my third year of graduation, and it's really tough when I want to interpret it in some other way and my teachers are telling me to do it in some other way.
Well, I guess sometimes teachers set in their ways when they want to interpret a particular work of literature. But I think you're right in that many stories, many books can be interpreted in different ways. And if you want to interpret it and see it in a different light, well, that's I think perfectly acceptable. Only thing is, teacher may not give you very good marks because you haven't followed teachers' way of doing things. I see. Right. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir. My name is Honey. I've, in my 10th standard, I studied Room on the Roof. And to know that you wrote it at the age of 17, how does it feel that these books are being studied by students to understand writing? One. And my second question is, with digitization and so much of blogging and writers coming up, do you think the real essence of reading and writing is going down these days?
I can't really say, but of course when I wrote The Room on the Roof, or whenever I write any story, I'm not thinking, I'm not planning that it, or looking to ahead to whether that somebody might be having to study it. In fact, when usually a boy or a girl comes to me and said I had to study a story of yours in school, I apologize usually, because I feel I never really I enjoyed having to maybe study a particular work. But so you don't know what's going to happen to it when you write the story. What was the rest of the question? With the
blogging coming up, do you think the real essence of writing or reading is going down?
I couldn't really say, since the only way I write is with paper and pen. But if other people, you see, you must enjoy what you write. To be a good writer, I think you've got to enjoy your writing. So, and if you enjoy writing on a computer screen or digitally, that's fine too. Do it your way. Do it the way you enjoy it the most.
Good morning, sir. I am Yash. I wanted to ask that I read in two different biographies that in one it was written that you were born in Missouri, but in second one it was written that you were brought up to India by your father from England. So can you tell us what's the truth?
Both, very good question. A very good question, and both were wrong. Both were wrong, because I wasn't born in Missouri. I was born in a place called Kasauli, near Simla, and in fact, in another biography I wrote they got Kasauli mixed up with Katauli near Muzaffarnagar. So somebody came and asked me, "You were born in Katauli, sir?" And my father didn't bring me to India. My father was born in India. My mother was born in India. My mother's grandfather and grandfather were born in. Only my father's father, grandfather, he did come out from England. He was a soldier. So that's it. So both those biographies were wrong, and biographies are often wrong.
Good afternoon, sir. I first read your story some 20 years back, and till date I haven't found any single story that is not interesting.
Oh,
so
kind of you.
So, sir, please, can you tell me what goes in your mind, or what is your thought process while you write a story?
Sometimes my mind is a blank, to tell you the truth, and so and maybe a day or two might pass or more before I can get an idea for a story. So stories come from, see, because I'm a realistic writer. I'm not very good at writing fantasy or science fiction or stories about outer space or anything. I write about ordinary people and the people I know, my own experiences, the world around me. So I get ideas from just daily life, from what I see happening, and from nature, from what I hear too, and as Himali said earlier, that told you that I keep a notebook and jot things down, and these things come into use and help.
Hello, sir. I'm a huge fan of your story, The Eyes Have It, and I would like to ask that all your stories carry a philosophical message. So what has been the philosophy of your life?
I don't deliberately set out to project a philosophy of life. It's a fairly simple one, I suppose. Love people as much as you can, and you will get love in return. And so if that too is reflected in my writing, it's perhaps what appeals to readers. Where are you?
Hello, good evening, sir.
Thank you.
I am so much fond of your articles and books also. My question is, what kind of message you would like to give today's young generation?
What kind of message I'd like to give to young generation?
Yes.
It's a very competitive world you're growing up in, younger people, and although I've noticed the choices that lie ahead of you are far more than we had in that, from the career point of view and from the things you can do, but the competition is also very severe. So from a purely practical point of view, I would say that I think before you finish school, you should have in your mind a pretty clear idea of what you want to do in life. And that will help you, and you will then be more focused. Otherwise, years might pass and you still might be a little confused or undecided. So it's good to at an early age as possible, have a pretty good idea of what you want to do with yourself, and you'll find that make life a little more interesting too, and you'll work in the direction you want to go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I wanted to ask that after you escaped from Java, do you know what happened to Sono?
I have to make a confession. That story, Escape from Java, is pure fiction. I'm a great liar, but then a fiction writer has to be a liar too. So Escape from Java, but it's convincing because I did quite a bit of research for that story, which is set in World War II in Java, and so I tried to make it as convincing as possible, and I think I succeeded, since you believe all of it.
Good evening, Mr. Bond. Hi, this side.
Where are you hiring from?
Right here.
This side.
No.
This side.
Right
Okay.
here.
Right here.
That's nice. I
Now I
got your
see.
attention straight on. I'm Praveen Simons from Bombay. I especially come down just to see you and, check you out real life. Maybe sometime back I did contact you around a year back. My question is basically, are writers born, or is it sometime, is it possible for you to become a writer? Can you acquire the skill?
Well, of course, anyone can become a writer, but I think a certain type of writer, or a creative writer, a subjective writer, who writes out of his own personality, you might say, or soul, is born. That's something that's born in you. But of course, you can improve your writing. You can work on it, and you may not be that kind of subjective or creative writer that may be the sort that I am. But if you want to be, you can learn to write. You can become a historian. You can write you can write biography. You can write a travel book, and these are kinds of writing which you can learn and acquire. I think you can be both. You can be a born writer, and you can be a writer who's acquired the skills that are necessary for writing different kinds of works or different books. You pardon? Yeah, I'm sorry, the mic's gone.
Yeah. You can be an inspirational writer.
You can be an inspirational writer. You get inspired, you just feel something and it just flows out.
Certainly, yes.
Question to you is, you are the inspiration for 1 million readers. Who was your inspiration in your childhood?
Other writers. Yeah, my inspiration was other writers, because I think most writers become writers because they are book lovers, and they have started out when they're young, being fond of reading, and you end up wanting to emulate your favorite writers. I mean, I don't mean that you copy them or try to write like them, but you want to be. They have inspired you to become writers too. So I think it's usually the books you read that give you the momentum and the inspiration to write. So read as much as you can. But don't force yourself to read books that bore you. You'll discover the kind of writer that you like and enjoy. And then you can read the sort of books you want to read. Don't force yourself into boring books. Some books can be, I can't read everything that comes my way. Certainly not.
Good afternoon, sir. Your very name inspires nostalgia. We all have some memory associated with Ruskin Bond. You came to our school last year for the Kolkata Lit Meet, where I had the privilege of introducing you. I said that Ruskin Bond is childhood. So there is this outstanding reaction you elicit from others. So that has affected all of us somehow. So how has this reaction you've received from your audience affected you in your writing?
I don't know how it's affected me, because I don't. Well, you've said it all yourself that it's affected you, my writing. But and certainly the response I get from so many like you is, it encourages me to go on. Otherwise, I might well have, if I hadn't acquired a fairly wide readership and an appreciative one, I might just have said, well, let's do something else, and gone back to booking people into hotel rooms and double beds and twin beds. So I'm still a writer simply because over the years my readership has grown, and people like you say they enjoy my work and that it's influenced you in some way or the other.
We have time for two or three final questions.
Good evening. Sorry. Right. Good evening. You said your mother asked you to join the army. I'd like to tell you my husband's in the army, and I wish he had your way with words.
No, but a lot of army people have written books.
Yes.
Yes, they have.
They have, and
I just said I wish he had your way with words.
Thank you.
I love the way you write, needless to say. What I'd like to ask you is, what do you think is the most essential skill for a writer to have, one? And what do you think is the most difficult thing about being a writer?
The most essential thing for a writer to have, I think you have to be persistent and stubborn to a great degree. Because you're going to get a lot of disappointments usually in the beginning. So I think you have to set them aside and just carry on working hard. So you need the ability to work pretty hard. And what was the second part of the question? The difficult thing about being a writer. No, I'm a writer because it's the easiest thing I can do. Really, I'm not very good at anything else, to tell you the truth. I'm very impractical. As I said, I drive cars through walls, and anything that's technological or involves machines of any kind, I'm hopeless with. If I try to change a light bulb, I get a shock straight away. I put my finger in the wrong place, always. And so I'm hopeless at anything except writing. The only thing I can do well is write. Well, I guess you get suggestions from editors about your work, and from readers too. And as for length, that's often determined true by the market. Magazines like a certain length. Newspapers might say we can't publish a story of more than 700 words. So actually some of the greatest stories, like those written by O. Henry, for instance, or Chekhov and others, were written for newspapers at a time when the newspapers told them, look, we've only got space for 700 words. You write your story in that length. And being forced to do so, but being very gifted too, they wrote the most brilliant stories, short stories, within a limited number of words. So that's part of the skill of writing too. Sometimes it's harder to write a really short story than it is to write a book of 1,000 pages.
Good evening, Mr. Bond. Good evening, sir. Here.
Yeah. Where?
I am Rohit,
There.
and it's a pleasure to see you here today. Because I've read so many of your books, I want to ask you a question. Does it ever happen that you start writing and realize that what you're writing, you've written it already earlier? Or some thought which comes to you, or something that you already written earlier?
It can happen, yes.
So how do you, what do you do in that situation, and how do you check it out? Do you have a software or something?
No, I don't check it out until someone like you comes and tells me, I've read this before. No, I don't use software actually, only hardware.
One final question where we are out of time entirely. Last question.
I've been handed the mic already.
Thank you.
Mr. Bond, you and I are more or less contemporaries, and we grew up in the same area. And I had the pleasure of having had a cup of tea with you in your cottage on the side of Mussoorie Hills.
You're not my uncle who tried to put arsenic in my tea?
I wouldn't say we were contemporaries then. I hope you are still living in that lovely cottage overlooking the Doon Valley. But the places you describe are very familiar to me from my school days in that area. And I'm very glad you mentioned O. Henry and Chekhov. And of course, I've read all of them, and I hope young people do read them now because they're wonderful stories and wonderful education. My question pertained to the area that you write about. Dehradun, Rajpur, Mussoorie, Sahasradhara, Rishpana Nadi and all those. You must be disappointed the way that area has deteriorated now. I'd like to hear your current views on that.
Well, changes come everywhere and they're not always good. And as the town spreads and the number of people in it increase, and more buildings come up. So very often it affects the forests, the agricultural land, the surroundings. And if a town isn't well planned, it's going to be a mess. So that it is true. I have to admit that in the Doon Valley, much of the verdure and the beauty has vanished or is in the process of vanishing. And you mentioned Sansadara, the hot springs where as a boy I would go on my bicycle. There was a hot spring there. And when I went there a year or two back, you couldn't find it. It had gone into shock. It had gone underground and disappeared altogether because there was a hotel built on top of it. So things change, and sometimes they change for the better, but very often, if the change is not done in a practical and sensible manner, it can lead to to an unpleasant way of life.
Hello, sir.
Last question.
Last question, yes. She
Sir, I
has
have
the
a
mic.
request.
Yeah, go on.
I'm Rameshwari. I have come all the way from Jammu, Kashmir, and such a privilege to be here and see you in person. We have been standing outside for a book signing for 1 hour. It's just a small request. If you could sign the book.
I'm going to sign some books, yeah, sure. Especially this new edition.
Yes.
Okay, so can we stand outside again, sir?
Where should
So
we
we're
stand?
standing outside. It's been almost more than an hour that we have been in the sun.
Where?
The book signing area.
Oh, okay, they're already there.
Yes,
I
sir.
see.
Please, sir, please.
Definitely, of course.
Thank you so much, sir.
What's your name?
Rameshwari.
Rameshwari. I won't leave I won't leave the premises, or rather this area, until I've signed Rameshwari's book at least.
Sir, I can't tell you, my heart is racing. I want to get the book signed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all we have the time for. Thank you so much for being here, and big round of applause please for Mr. Bond.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So can we have a big thank you to our evergreen Ruskin Band and our wonderful publishers Hamali Sobhi and Adan Mitra and Hindustan Times. I request you all to please maintain discipline and clear out the way. You can, it's already a huge queue. If you want the book signing, please join the queue at the back. We'll join you here for the next session, The World According to Siddhin Radhikut, in conversation with Shravani Basu, presented by DNA.
What we will do?
What if a newspaper could make your city cleaner? What if a newspaper could solve your traffic worries? What if a newspaper could switch on a street light? What if a newspaper could make you feel safer? Let's raise issues. Let's solve issues. Hindustan Times. Let's make news.
Please clear out the way. It's a request.
It's a special request. Please do make way for Mr. Bond. If you really respect and if you attended, if you'd like this session, please do that so that there's no trouble for him. Thank you very much.
And we request you to please carry along your belongings and clear the venue. Please, it's a request. There are dustbins all over. Could you just pick up the bottles, the caps, the packets and just deal with it?
तो अजमल मियाँ और क्या चल रहा है? सुना हाईवे पे टेम्पो पलटा, गन्ने से लदा था। मिर्चों के लड्डू खा के तोड़ बीमार। बस ही था। अरे रैना भैया ने क्या काइट पकड़ा है? रन आउट 15-75 अब इससे क्या पूछना और क्या चल रहा है? डेली हंट डाउनलोड कीजिए आपकी भाषा में।
Merchandise is being sold at the festival merchandise store behind Charbagh, and you can order it online as well. You can buy the festival brochures at the front desk.
डेली हंट और क्या चल रहा है?
A very good afternoon to everyone out here for the 9th Z Jaipur Literature Festival here at Fort Samvad. We are delighted to introduce the session The World According to Sidin Vadukut in conversation with Shrabani Basu presented by DNA. Sidin Vadukut is the author of the best-selling Dog Trilogy of office culture novels and The Skeptical Patriot, a collection of investigations into famous Indian historical achievements. He is an editor, columnist with the Mint newspaper. Shrabani Basu is a historian and a journalist, the chair of the Noor Inayat Khan Memorial Trust. She has authored many books such as For King and Another Country, etc. Can we have a round of applause for our great speakers here? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right, let's get this started.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming.
It's lovely to see this crowd here.
In case you guys are confused, the Ruskin Bond session is over.
Yes. Right, so Sidin here next to me has this wonderful sort of journey from being in the corporate world to journalism to writing, tweeting, everything.
Eating especially.
Yes, falafel with sambar. But one of the interesting things written in this book, in his CV, author's biography, was that a large portion of a tree once fell on him.
Yeah.
And
do you guys want to hear the story of how a tree fell on my head?
And was that your Newton moment?
Yeah, because you'll never hear that in any of the other sessions, right? So I used to work at I still work with the Mint newspaper, belongs to the Hindustan Times group, business newspaper. So in early 2010, I left office, walked out, took a right on Barakamba Road if you are from Delhi, and you know the American Center. So I was walking past the American Center when a large branch, sorry, Kejima, Barakamba Road is the metro station I had to, Because I'm an Indian journalist, my facts are kind of
minor.
So I was walking past the American Center when basically a large portion of a tree just fell and hit straight on the back of my head. I passed out, I was like knocked out immediately, but because there are security guys always outside the American Center, they took me to Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital immediately. So I have no memory of that day. It is funny, but then the week after that a guy died on the same, but he was on a motorcycle, the other side of the tree fell down and...
So tell me.
I mean it was, I would like to say that it was life changing and you know.
So was that the day that Robin Einstein Varghese was born? No.
Robin Einstein Varghese, actually speaking, it's a very long...
Okay, let's hear it.
She's referring to the character...
This is his famous character, the Dog, and it's his Dog trilogy.
Yeah,
we have
part 2, that's part 3. Part 1 is in a yellow color, it's in the bookstore.
Part 1 is there. So
yeah, this is the best, that's second best. Yeah, don't read that. Anyway, okay, so quick background. I was born in Kerala in the south, and I was shipped to Abu Dhabi when I was around 7 months old. And I grew up in Abu Dhabi for 16 years. And the real secret to what I do today is because we didn't have a lot of money growing up. So, and I'm not saying that so that you'll go buy my book. Now I'm fine. Back then, not so much. So we didn't have a lot of toys. So I got a lot of books. I was a expert thiever of books.
what sort of books?
Anything. I would read at one point, I remember in the summer vacation, my dad said, finish all your books and then I will give you another one. Because like most people, I hoard books. So I said, look, there's only a dictionary left. He said, okay, finish that also. So I read one of those small Oxford pocket, I just read the whole dictionary.
So you're good in Scrabble, I take it.
I also did well in the GRE. Anyway, so just started reading books way beyond my age group. When I was 11 or something, I read a biography of Idi Amin. Do not read books of Idi Amin when you're 11 years old.
Definitely.
Scars you for life. So, I just started reading a lot, always wanted to tell stories, really liked it. But like most people, like most of you will feel pressure. They said become an engineer and do science. And I'm doing this because there are lots of kids in front. The older guys don't need the motivation, Anyway, but stop me if I'm boring or whatever. So sadly for me, I was good at science. So if you're bad at science, it's easy to not get into engineering because you just be yourself, right? But I was good at science. So I got into what was then called REC Trichy, and I did material science engineering. Well, it's called metallurgical engineering, but material science is a little more modern, and And I started writing in engineering college actually, because what you realize in engineering college is first year is difficult because it's new. Final year is difficult because you need to get a job. Second and third year is right. So second year I started writing funny stuff, but also serious stuff. Edited the college magazine, did all the standard budding writer stuff, and joined a manufacturing company. We used to make automotive parts for Ford and Toyota. Very interesting work actually. That's one of the things having a curious mind, being interested in what you're doing is a really good way of building towards becoming a good writer. Because curiosity is a really powerful tool to have. And usually you'll find that good writers are generally curious about stuff. Maybe not exactly what they write about, but they generally have a fairly wide universe of.
Absolutely.
So I worked as an engineer, 2 years, quit. Roommate wanted to give a business school entrance examination. He said, look, preparing for it alone is very boring. Why don't you prepare with me? So I prepared with him to give him company. I cleared the exam, he didn't. He is now a filmmaker in Chennai and I'm doing this. So, it doesn't matter.
He didn't give you a role?
No. He makes ad films. So they can't handle my level of intensity in ad films. So went to business school, enjoyed business school, wrote a lot in business school as well. The pivotal moment in my career, my life, was the summer of 2004 when I was interning. You guys know what interning is, right? Older guys, guys know. I was interning with a pharmaceutical company in Bombay. And my job was to go to various doctors all over Bombay and ask them how they did hernia operations. I'm not joking. So our training involved one day watching a DVD of hernia operations. The second day doing hernia operations on a fake pig. Not a real pig. So that's okay. But still a fake pig. This is how we become a writer. Anyway, so I hated it. It was horrible. I mean, I didn't like them, they didn't like me. It was a perfect match. And so I just, halfway through my internship, they said, you know what, it's fine, forget it. So I submitted my report and I was, and around that time, and when life gives you bad things, I was seeing somebody and I broke up with them. And if you're from Bombay, you may know Mackican Hall, which is the hostel for St. Andrew's College, I think. So there's a internet cafe next to and I used to spend all day blogging. This was when blogging was something people did. When it was cool, when it was seen as alternative media, before they all gave up and went and joined newspapers. And I remember I remember the day precisely of this changing moment in my life, because I wrote this blog post on why South Indian men have difficulty finding, getting into relationships because we have very unsexy names. So, right? Like my name is Sidinsani Vadukut, right? I had to blackmail my wife into marrying me. So, I wrote the blog post. Bintere Sanam was playing when I was writing it. I remember this. I published it. I remember this very well because that evening, a guy called Chetan Bhagat launched his book in Bombay, 5 Point Someone. So I remember that day really well, right? It was April or late April, early May, something like that. This post, so I used to blog before, I used to get 15 or 20 people, couple of hundred hits per post. This blog post, I came the next morning to check, I had 24,000 hits. The day after that, another 30 of, it racked up like...
South Indians with long names.
Yeah, many of us.
Many of them.
Many of us who have long names and are single. So basically what happened was somebody in, I think, Procter & Gamble Singapore had put it on their employee email list, and it just changed my life, completely changed my life. I went from having a blog that had 100 people visiting a day to having 16, 17,000 people visiting a day. Started blogging more, graduated from business school, became a management consultant, really good salary, really bad work. I remember the day, I mean, I made up my mind was I'd spent the entire day figuring out how many transformers were being exported out of ports only in the state of Chennai. This was my job for that day. I said, look, I cannot waste the rest of my life doing this. Now, if there are those of you who work in the transport or port or transformer industries, no offense, but how boring is that, man? It was just unbelievably boring. So I said, okay, I'm going to quit my job. I had 7 months worth of rent and food money I'd saved. So my then girlfriend, now wife, she said, look, you have 7 months of food and rent and expenses. Give yourself 7 months to make it as a writer or come back and do something else. So I spent 6 months writing a book which has never been published. Terrible book. I've in fact lost the manuscript, so don't even come and ask. But it gave me the discipline of writing. It gave me, it told me what my strengths were, what my weaknesses were, my problem with focus, plotting. Also, it got me out of my writing a fair bit. Because in your first novel, you always tend to write your own, there's a lot of you in it. But because I got rid of that, it just went away and I just, my next book, my second manuscript, but first book, I could approach fresh. So one thing led to another. Many years later in 2000, I mean, did lots of jobs, went broke, so had to get married. So my father-in-law was like, full time, kurta pajama, full time. Because I used to wear a kurta and have this bag, and he thought, I'd become complete JNU, So I said, no, I'll so did consulting, taught English, wrote copy for a Gujarati jewelry website, almost wrote an instruction manual for washing machines, anything that would pay the bill. My idea is this, look, I want to become successful as a writer. Let me give myself a solid chance by doing everything I can to make that happen. Don't say, look, I'm going to write in the evening but be consultant in the morning. Some people can, I can't. So I said, do it. Eventually did that, worked with Rashmi Bansal for a while, my first really good editor. She was writing Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish around that time. So I was one of the first people to read the manuscript when she wrote it. Then I joined Mint newspaper. They were very happy, and but they taught me one thing, which was how to be a good judge of your own writing. Because when you work and I had a very tough editor, so she said, look, don't give me garbage because you'll get fired. Please give me something that at least has a 50% chance of going into the newspaper. So started writing, and then in late 2008, a publisher came and said, why don't you write a book? So I said, why don't you publish some of my better blog posts? She said, that won't work. Why don't you take one of your blog posts and expand it? So my wife said, look, in 2004, when you were in business school, you wrote this blog post about this really inept MBA guy who goes and joins a first job from campus. It's a very short post, but that could expand into a book. And that's what eventually became book one. So I wrote book one. Everyone said, corporate comedy. First of all, comedy, how many people will spend 200? It used to be cheaper than this. To inflation. How many people will spend that much money to read comedy? Office culture, though nobody will read. But I said, chalo. Also, they said, making fun of people's jobs in India a little bit. People respect. I said, look, it's too late for all that now. I've written the book. No? And it just, and like she was just asking me, she said, okay, so obviously because I cannot read a lot of it to you.
Yes.
Because the language is beyond your age group.
We saw the school kids, and I said, Siddhi,
yeah,
we're going to leave a lot of that out from there.
Yeah.
So,
but I will read a bit.
He has chosen a
I'll
few
read a
bits.
little bit. But so it was targeted at 20, 30-year-old corporate types with MBAs. Basically people like me. The most emails I get are from retired public sector employees. The most emails, because they come back and say, my God, this reminded me of all the horrible things I had to undergo the last 60 odd, whatever years of my. So I get a lot from a lot of them. So I'm going to read. So the premise of the books is they're all written in first person. From book one, in book one he's an analyst, in book two he's a manager, in book three he becomes CEO of the company. And it's entirely written in the form of diary entries. So in a sense you could say, it's Adrian Mole with an MBA in India with relationship issues, right? But it's very, very India heavy context. So I'm just going to read a very, very brief couple of passages, to give you a sense of his tone and so on. So so anyway, it's very, very brief, 2 passages. So in this book, the government of India is organizing the Allied Victory Games in New Delhi in 2010.
Sounds familiar.
So he works for a consulting firm that's been hired to help the government organize this event in Delhi. So this is entirely about how the event falls apart, corruption scandals, all kinds of stuff happens, and he eventually, as he always does in all of his books, miraculously saves the occasion. What I like about this is some of the stuff I thought was just bizarre, farcical things, like for example that there is a video conferencing facility in Tihar jail for white collar criminals to carry on with their work. I thought was a joke, but turns out it's actually there.
It's not. Yeah.
It is. It is there.
It's there.
Yeah, yeah.
Very much there.
So
And
anyway,
all the internet facilities.
Yeah, so this is just two very brief. So in this, his girlfriend's name in the book, all three books is Gauri Kalbag. She's a batchmate Gujarati. Cannot make fun of Punjabis because my wife is. So 8:44 p.m. Finally managed to get an appointment with the Minister for Urban Regeneration day after tomorrow. Tomorrow early morning I have to go to the airport with Gauri to pick up her uncle, ex-military type who now lives in New Zealand doing some major family business. Everyone in the family calls him Colonel Kalbag, even his own mother. Gauri's grandmother calls him Colonel. Apparently he fought in 1 or 2 minor wars before taking retirement and moving to Auckland. The family treats him like some war hero. Gauri told me several times to call him only Colonel and not uncle. Not once or twice, but 16,000 times. As if I am a child. I love her very much and all, but if after marriage he keeps repeating everything 20,000 times, one of us will fall from the balcony. Then again, this is it's just one paragraph. But this is again, I wanted to read this out because this is the tone in which he speaks. 9:43 p.m. Hello diary. Power cut. Till the light went off, I was watching Lord of the Rings. Not bad, but I no longer know who is hero and who is villain. And there are semi-heroes also. The movie is full of short people with long hair, long people with short hair, long people with long hair, and also trees that talk. Confusing, but there are good action scenes, and I hope the ending is good. So, so that's the tone in which this goes on. I wrote 3 books. The first one continues to sell in very large numbers. I'm not entirely able to explain why. I wish I could tell you because it struck Indian culture in some. My 4th book is a collection of essays on Indian history. Because in 2010 I moved to the UK, my wife got transferred, I went with her, became a foreign correspondent, started reading a lot of Indian history, and then just got completely hooked.
Yeah.
And because, library just complete, so I said, look, I'm going to write, Rupa said, write a non-fiction book for us, something interesting, something light, make fun of people who don't know history. So I think on an Independence Day or Republic Day, somebody sent me one of those WhatsApp messages for why you should be proud of India because India invented zero, never invaded another country, richest country before the Mughals came, Jagdish Chandra Bose invented the radio before Marconi. So I said, look, I'm going to take half a dozen of these and fact check all of them and see if any of them are true. So I wrote this fun kind of collection of essays, sent it out again. Like the first dog book, we weren't sure, would people like a non-fiction book on Indian history with jokes in it? It also disproves, like we didn't really invent the zero, and we did actually invade other countries, and we were the richest nation before the Mughals came, but because of accounting issues. Because the guy who did this, who made this big, was a economist called Angus Madison, if you've heard of him. So what Angus Madison basically did was to approximate the population of India and multiply by subsistence income. Which means by his model, any country in the world that had the largest population would have the largest GDP. And then people have been, since he published that paper, people have been going around saying India used to be the richest country in the world before, forgetting that per capita GDP, we were $50 per person less than China. Because, for whatever reason. So anyway, stuff like that. And it was well received, reasonably well reviewed. People thought there were too many jokes in it. I'm working on it. And I got one death threat on Facebook.
Is that a problem, do you think? Do you think Indians aren't very good with humor?
No.
When you say they were...
I think Indians have a phenomenally good sense of humor, as long as it does not threaten their sense of identity. So I'll tell you, if there's somebody who, if you really like Sachin, and if I make a joke, you'll get really upset, right? On the other hand, if I made the exact identical joke about Dravid, you'll be like, ah. It's just true for, I don't remember who said it. Somebody once told me that India is kind of a pre-irony country. We still haven't completely got irony, It's not. I'm not saying it's a bad or we're worse off for it. We'll get there. you know, we need to become a little more confident in who we are as a people, and then all jokes will be
okay.
I mean,
as they should be, really.
I'm thinking, if there are Malayalis here, and it's a lit fest, so all of you should be. No.
Right. There's a Bengali sitting here.
More marketing than reality. No, so I mean, when I was growing up, 1980s, 1990s, you'd have Malayalam films that made fun of everything. Religion, gods, Gandhi, Nehru, everything. And nobody cared. Just nobody particularly cared. And now, much more difficult. Largely because politics, you know, it's all kind of, we've become one big federal hive mind when it comes to getting outraged, right? No, but I think we have a good sense of humor. I think it's unfair to compare us to other cultures which are probably a little more secure in their. I mean, I've said this before, I've written this before, so it may be boring to some of you. I think one of the problems we have, and I come from as both a person who writes jokes and history, is that we haven't given young Indians a reason to be proud of being Indian that is not from the 1950s. We need a 21st century sense of why we need to be proud of being Indian. And once we do that, we'll start letting go of the past a little bit more. For a lot of people, the only thing they have to be proud of are associations that they have nothing to do with.
True.
Like, you know, I mean, it happens to me as well. If somebody makes fun of the state of Kerala, for example, I'm like, oh, wait. And then I'm like, why do I care? You laugh, boss. What is going to happen to me? Or my identity? Nothing.
Sure.
So, I think we need to, you know, I mean, if you ask, you know, we still have a very post-colonial sense of who we are. India, we kicked out the British. Then what did we do? We wrote a constitution, underappreciated. Then what did we do? We won 2 cricket World Cups. Not sufficient. It will take time. I mean, you can't make up a mythology. But that's what we're all trying to do, right? We're trying to create fantastic, proud mythologies for our nations, for our states. Benedict Arnold has written everything. Anderson has written everything you want to know about it. But I'm just saying, once that happens, but it's happening. I think when you're confident as a person, you let people laugh at you.
That's true.
You join with them.
So I want to talk a bit about the writing process, Sid, since we have lots of young aspiring writers sitting here. When you started on your Doc trilogy, Einstein, did he come to you as fully formed? No, because you had the trilogy in mind. How did you go about it?
No, I mean.
So tell our readers about how it went.
I was writing this book in 2008, 2009. You know, when, thanks to Chetan Bhagat and a bunch of publishers, mass market fiction was just beginning to.
Sure.
But signing a trilogy deal for somebody with no experience. So Penguin said, do one and then we'll do 2 more after that because they like the first one.
Okay.
But no, I mean, the first book, like, is 60% stuff I've seen. So a lot of it might seem absurd, but a lot of it is stuff I've actually had bosses tell me, I saw your presentation, you use the word methods a lot. Methods is not very sexy. Please replace the word method with tools throughout the presentation. And this was seen as a productive thing for somebody to spend 3 hours doing. And you'd get paid a lot of money for it. Capitalism is just comedy. So, no, I didn't. So when I started, I just knew, you know, he's going to start his job. And then I started thinking about my experiences, 60%. Then I met a lot of other consultants who started giving me input, so 40% from other people.
Sure,
the first book is quite realistic. And then as I became confident in my own ability to imagine, the next 2 books became
more
easier.
They
and that's based in London, largely because I was in London at the time.
Exactly. In fact, you must read this little bit about London, which is in your. I found that really amusing. So.
This is the thing.
There's a little blurb there, yeah.
This is an excerpt from the book. It's just put there anyway. So there's a map of the London Underground there. Anyway, on my way back to the apartment, the Underground train broke down. Apparently, some passenger fell ill in some other train on the line, and then they had to shut down the entire line. Stupid, waste of time. In brackets. In Bombay, if you fall ill on the train, you take care of yourself. They don't stop the train for you. If you feel sick in Bombay, you wait till the next station and then die on the platform in peace. Sometimes I feel there is too much human rights in London.
Brilliant.
Anyway, so so then so I wrote the book and it did well. So what I've done now is I realized that London is a great place to, good place to explore. So in December last year, I enrolled for an MA program in historical research at the University of London. My father is flabbergasted. He's like, boss, you've done all this before. Why are you spending money on more education? Because you know how my dad is thinking. He's like, you've been educated enough to get good salary. Any more education from this point onwards is clearly a waste of money. But I've been doing that because after I wrote my first book, a lot of people came and said, lots of research, but could use a little more academic rigor, Little more, more mentions of Foucault or Braudel, But no, so it's been unbelievable. So, Jaipur exclusive. My master's thesis is going to be on the history of the emergence of mechanical timekeeping in India. When did clocks first come? When did watches first come? When did we go from the traditional Peher system of timekeeping to the 24 hours? And how did it change life in India? So that's the thesis. Hopefully it'll become a book. Let's see. My next book is a fictionalized, modernized retelling of the 1890 plague of Bombay. So if you've been in Bombay, you've seen these crosses everywhere in Bandra. A lot of them are called plague crosses. They were built during the plague to keep the plague out of neighborhoods, or to give thanks because not everybody died. Dear God, thank you for being selective, So yeah, so I've taken that story, done a lot of research on viruses and bacteria and so on, updated it for the near future, and it's a fictional epidemic that wipes out a lot of people in Bombay, and suddenly halfway through the epidemic, the Prime Minister of India vanishes. And then it goes back in time to Morarji Desai's government. So that's my next book. So that's my life in a nutshell. If there are any lessons I can tell the kids or anybody really is be really curious, be very skeptical, not cynical. Cynical is how Indian history is bullshit. Skeptical is, this does not seem right, let me investigate. So skepticism, good thing to have, be very curious. Indian history is an undiscovered. Shall I tell you something I discovered yesterday on the plane? So I was on another session on sports writing with Anil Kumble and Baichung Bhutia, if anybody came. So Professor Ronojoy Sen was sitting next to me, he'd written a book. So in 1953, there's a football tournament called the IFA Shield. It's football, so So the 1953 IFA Shield was won by a team called the Indian Cultural League, right? It only existed, I think, for a couple of years. Shut down after that. They won the IFA Shield. IFA Shield is one of India's biggest football tournaments. Can anybody guess who the manager? Okay, if you followed me on Twitter, don't answer. But can anyone tell me who the manager of the 1953 IFA Shield winning Indian Cultural League football team was? Who managed the team? The film actor Pran.
Seriously?
True story. The Indian Cultural League was set up by a bunch of Bollywood guys. Ashok Kumar, all these guys, and Pran was the manager. Beat Mohan Bagan in the finals.
So did Pran play football? Was he? No, he was just a manager.
Just manager. 3 books. I can write 3 books. So there is,
the Pran trilogy.
Much, there is so much stuff. So read widely. Don't let anyone tell you not to read a history book because it's biased. You're a human being with a functioning brain. Process bias. Information is good information. All information is good information. Analysis can be, so somebody tells you, oh, Ramachandra Guha, read the book. Disagree with him, by all means disagree with him, but read the book. There is no good reason to not read a book. Well, not read most, some books are good, but read all books. It's very important, but most important, if you want to write, please read a lot. There is no output without input. I said in the session before as well, reading opens your mind, makes you curious, makes you informed, you can get into conversations with people. It gave me tremendous confidence in my ability to become a writer. I remember the precise moment. I finished William Dalrymple's From the Holy Mountain. Phenomenally wonderful book. I put this book down and thought to myself, look at the power this man has to transport you into the places you've never been, engage you in conversation with people you've never met. And by the end of the book, what amazing power words on pages have, or words on Kindles have, What amazing power. What if I could have? So one day I will get that power. Till then I will keep on writing books. One day. Hopefully. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's
I know a bit of a monologue, but
No, no, we're going to ask them, we'll take questions from them, but I'm going to have a few questions for you. You know, the non-fiction book that you wrote, I think they would love to hear the stories that you've covered in it because they're fascinating. Especially, we can start with plastic surgery.
Yeah, so, you know,
which even the Prime Minister said, you know, India did.
You know the story
is
that
first with
plastic surgery was invented in India, right?
One of those.
And everybody makes fun of it. It's not without material. There is some evidence that while it may not have invented plastic surgery, India may have helped to revive it because it was kind of a lost art. The Romans knew, like if you had your nose cut off, the Romans would put your hand like that, cut a flap of flesh and keep it like this. You'd walk around like this for a couple of weeks. Hopefully you would have bathed at that point. And then they just cut it off and the, it would. But anyway, so it had been forgotten, and I think sometime in the late 18th century, I think, or early 19th, I'm not sure, I've forgotten. A couple of East India Company doctors saw a guy in Pune, I think a guy who used to fight for Tipu Sultan's army, who had run away, and at that point I think he had been punished for his cowardice by slicing off the tip of his nose. So they saw this roadside physician in Pune sketching out the shape of his nose from his forehead, cutting off only the outer layer, flapping it back over his nose, and covering it with herbs and herbs. And the reason why it worked was the little bit of connecting flesh would keep blood circulation going. So eventually after a couple of weeks they just cut that flap and he had a new nose. He had a weird scar, but that is cool, right? I mean, but his nose was good. So it's generally believed that these guys went back, wrote the story, maybe slightly embellished with details. It was published, read quite widely in the UK, was seen by a French physician who then a German physician who picked it up, took it back to Germany, wrote about it. Suddenly there's this explosion of interest in prosthetic rhinoplasty, largely leading out of this. It obviously then developed in its own way and went on, but it is, you could argue that if this article hadn't come out, if these guys hadn't seen it happening in Pune, because the term plastic surgery was invented by the German physician after he went back, after reading this in the Gentleman's Magazine. Of course, what would the skeptical person ask? What would be the skeptic's question here? Think about, the question is, why are we not seeing this operation still happening in India? Right? Why do we not see traditional Indian prosthetic, plastic surgery? So, so that's one. If anybody is from Gwalior, Gwalior Fort, there's a temple called the Chaturbuja temple just outside the fort, if anyone has seen it. If you go into the temple, you can see one of the first instances of zero being written as a zero and used as a zero in the world. There's a little plaque inside the temple. It's there, it's open to the public, you can steal the plaque, nobody will know. But nobody is, it's just like I said, so many, plastic surgery, this is true. The Cholas, underrated empire. To give you, again, I don't want to undercut my royalty by telling you the entire book. But the Cholas, the time gap, let me explain the Cholas to you like this. The time gap between you and the last Chola emperor is 1,200 years less than the gap between him and the first Chola emperor. Does that make sense to you? The time gap between you and the last Chola emperor is much smaller than the time gap between him and the first Chola emperor.
Yeah.
So you know more about him than he knew about his first emperor. Think about that, And one of my professors, the course I'm taking next semester, is a professor who specializes in telling the history of Indian trade with Roman trade, purely in the form of Byzantine coins she's found all over South India. Treasure troves of Byzantine coins. And that's her speciality, that's all she does. And one pot full of Roman coins was found in Thrissur district, while a guy was ploughing his banana. So found this thing, and there's a museum in Thrissur, 3 people go per day. It's a really nice museum, they've got all these coins in it. We are sitting on a gold mine.
True.
If we would just stop fighting over it, or even disagree, but disagree nicely and go and figure out something. Anyway, I'm not an expert. In 3 years' time, when I have an MA and maybe a PhD.
Absolutely, and you will. So I'm going to take questions because I know there are lots of young people here who have questions. We have a mic somewhere. Is there a mic? Mics. Gentleman there, and then I'm going to take some from the kids.
Hi, my name is Manish Taniwar. I follow you on Twitter. We've had a chat earlier. First of all, my compliments. You didn't mention your business school in the last 40 minutes. When you came to Chetan Bhagat, I thought that was the moment you'll tell us. You get the joke, right?
Yeah, I do.
Right, as my question is, I've been reading you over the last 7-8 years. Mint is the only newspaper I pay for. In spite of all this travel...
So you're that guy. You're the guy who's actually paying for the paper.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. So my question is, in spite of all the reading and all the traveling that we do, it tends to breed in cynicism. The world's screwed, right? What's the whole point of it? But one of the common threads that I've seen of your writing, whether you would write Cubicle Nama or what you write now in Deja Vu, is that this thread that no, it's not all that screwed up. So how do you rise above that cynicism that world around puts it and still are able to bring out that output, whether it's on your Twitter feed or on your articles, day in and day out? Thank you.
I'm going to give you an India-specific answer, right? People say, look, we're a screwed-up country. Imagine, think of the period when we got independence, right? A population of what? How many million? 300, 700 million, I think, ish. Don't know. Yeah,
I think
400 million. Yeah.
Okay.
400 million. 10% literacy, right? A famine immediately. War with Pakistan, border problems with China. Foreign exchange, toilet foreign exchange reserves. 80%, if I remember correctly, 80% of people in the country had not left the village of their origin ever. Yeah? What did we do first? We said, look, we're going to write a constitution. Why? We will give votes to everybody in this country. When? Even then, Switzerland were not letting women to vote. Let's not even talk about other countries that still don't do that today. We will give every woman the vote. We will give every adult the vote. To the extent that, and I find it physically, I find it quite moving when I say this. After the first Lok Sabha elections, you know what the first thing the election commissioner did? A great man called Sukumar Sen, who has never been given credit for it. The first thing Sukumar Sen did was, give me the ballot boxes back, bahut expensive hai. So I can do election 5 years from now. This is a country that is literally born out of nothing. Look at the American media, have you seen the picturization of India in the American media in the 40s? Too heterogeneous. Massive Hindu-Muslim problems. No money, famine, people can't read. What hope does this country have? At least Pakistan is homogeneous. And look at us now. If that does not give you hope for the future, what will give you hope? No. Again, that is not to say that we have some predetermined glorious destiny in front of us. But in that window, it's really interesting. 50s to 60s, it was really, and then people started immigrating a lot more, a lot of Anglo-Indians left India almost completely. But we still, there is hope. So I'm an optimist. I'm a short-term pessimist because I have investments and I need to make sure my family is safe, stuff like that. I'm a short-term. But long-term, as long as we don't forget the fundamental values on which we are built, which is I will hate you, but I will still get along with you. As long as we don't forget that, it's fine. Which is why I said before, we don't appreciate our commitment to constitution, elections. We don't appreciate that enough, I feel. Of course, there are problems. It's 1 billion people. Have you guys had an argument at home and tried to get 7 people to listen to you? I remember in business school we tried to go out 5 people. Let's go to let's go to Mount Abu. We spent 3 days discussing what to do in Mount Abu. Budget and all this, subsidies. We'll get there. Don't worry. Young country. I'm fine. I'm not just about India, but the world also. If you read any amount of history with a long enough window, every generation has been better off than the generation before. Could we be faster? Yeah. I have only hope. Only hope. I may not see this become a first world country in my lifetime, but I'm sure that by the time my daughter is older, or Tamil Nadu will be independent, I don't know.
So we have a questioner here. Yes.
Yes, my name is Dr. Shetty.
Could you hold the mic closer? Thank you.
My name is Dr. Shetty. About 100 years ago, the standard procedure for ticketless travel was where the conductor would come around and then pinch the nose.
Seriously?
And you said that nowadays, no more plastic surgery for the nose. And that's big independence. This is a true story. told to me by mother, who is 100 years old. And this happened when she was traveling by train when she was about 11 or 12 years old. So she still remembers it as if it happened yesterday. So cutting off the nose is no more...
it's a punishment. Maybe they should bring it back. But you know what? If you have, if you have elderly people at home, especially people who have witnessed partition, independence, you should really get them to write down or at least record everything they remember. Because my wife's side of the family came from Lialpur, now Faisalabad in Pakistan. And the stories, horrible, but are just...
Sure.
I mean, for a Malayali, partition is like, No, I'm not even joking about it. It's just something that is in a textbook.
That's true. Right, so, yes.
Good evening all. So my question, I have two questions, two tiny questions. So as majority of the people here, I also plan or dream of getting published someday. So two questions are, how do you hush the inner critic? How do your ideas translate onto paper? And my second question is, when do you decide that you have enough fodder to go on which could be crafted into a novel?
Enough?
Fodder, for a novel to take shape, yeah.
This is it's a very subjective thing because I think different authors some authors meticulously craft the entire book. I tend to start a book when I have half the story. I tend to do it always that way. Because then I spend a year with the ideas in my head, just passively letting it ferment, so to speak, in my head. And then I spend 6 months writing the book. That's what I normally do. As for your first question was what? Your first tiny question? Inner critic. My inner critic is it's really bad. I am the most insecure, So I will go back after this, ask them for a video and watch it and cry. I'm extremely insecure. You have to silence it. What I do is, first draft, no looking back. That is my way. I just write the entire first draft. I'm like, no, yes, chapter 3 is horrible, 7 is horrible, 8 is horrible. I should stop writing, I should find another job. Just finish the first draft, take a couple of weeks off. That's my way of doing. It's very difficult, especially if you've grown up in a situation where you've always got a lot of criticism and not a lot of it constructive. So my greatest actual critic is my wife, because I give her first draft, she'll read it, and I only need to see the first facial expression to figure out. So how is it? She's like, that means good, workable, safe, can be done. If she says, then burn the manuscript, format the computer,
So how long did it take you to write each of these?
All my books take me 6 months for the first half, 6 weeks for the second half. Because the first half I write and then I take a break.
It's the first draft.
No.
When you're
first,
watching
the
the
first
expression.
half, yeah.
Oh, the first half.
The first half I do 6
I
months,
thought
then I
the
take a
writing
break,
process.
make sure the ending makes sense, and then when the ending is in my head, I just cannot wait to, because I play it in my head. I'm very visual. I can see the action, I can hear the drums, then I have to write it. So in fact, my latest book I wrote the entire in 3 days. I wrote 35,000 words in 3 days. Not recommended. Don't do it. But yeah. Anyway, that's my process, but every author will tell you a different one. No, I spend a lot of time obsessed about, should I stand and write, sit and write, music, laptop, typing, just find a way you like.
Hello sir, hello ma'am. My question is, did your parents support you in what you were writing, and did your family support you in what you were writing?
I don't come from a family of readers. Kerala is a kind of an odd place in the sense that if you're a writer, even if you don't sell anything, you're on a pedestal. Writers, but my family was not a family that read a lot, but my dad, even when we didn't have money, my dad would spend money to buy me books. Sometimes it would odd books, because he'd go to a sale somewhere and find out, okay, I'll just buy the thickest book which is under 10 dirhams, because I grew up in the Gulf. So I'd end up getting 1001 facts on Western classical music. And I read all of it, So that's one thing. On encouragement, my dad said, look, you do whatever you want with your life. Make sure you're educated enough, so even if you screw up, I'm not saying you will, this country is difficult on people who don't have paper qualifications. So make sure you have them so you have a backstop. And what happened, oddly enough, is when I was graduating from business school, our convocation was given by the current RBI governor, Raghuram Rajan. So he said, look, The best thing you can do with your MBA in India is to treat it like a life insurance policy. You've got it, put it in one pocket, now go and do experiments. Give 2-3 years of just try things. If you fail, pick it out, go and join as a trainee somewhere. That's what I did, and I've never regretted it. I will convey it to Raghuram Raj.
We'll come to you in a minute. Yeah.
Hello.
One more from him. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm an economics student, so I'll face
Sorry, condolences.
as a writer specifically, I want to see your questions because there have been much said that a very specific section of the polity, they are disturbing everything, and we have not given enough capacity of our own country to adopt innovation where it is required, be it the farming sector or anywhere. So how do you see this problem resolved going ahead over time?
No, completely correct. It's a difficult question to answer briefly. It's also a difficult question to answer without sounding like a consultant. But you're correct. You need to build capacity building for innovation. Sounds fancy, but it's really simple. It's to create a culture of taking risk. And to create a culture of taking risk, see, it's very difficult in a system with very little social backstops. Like, for example, several business schools in India today allow people who start businesses to come back for placements for 2 more years. In case their startup fails, you can come back. In the US, you don't need to do that. Failure in a startup is considered a reasonably good thing to put on your resume. So it's a combination of multiple things, institutional, cultural. There are lots of problems there. I think it's getting better. I think this whole e-commerce startup culture is creating a lot more capacity for. I think we're beginning to celebrate failure a little bit, not a lot, little bit.
Oops. Right.
Let me just rephrase my first part. I want to ask you specifically that our system, the political system, the making process of our whole populace, so to speak, it's a bit flawed and it does not represent what is required, and there are certain pockets which just get to say their word and it's done. So how do you see that problem resolving over time? That's a big one.
I'd make a lot of money if I knew the answer to that question. But I'll give you a personal view on this. It is wrong to think that our politicians don't know how to do policy. That is not correct. I mean, you can, some of the stuff that happens at the Lok Sabha that nobody reports is actually very interesting stuff. They do interesting stuff. They do sometimes difficult stuff. Like the cleanup on the border we've done with Bangladesh was for many years a very politically difficult thing, but they've done it. They can do it. I feel the problem is there is very little political incentive to do right things sometimes. There isn't enough. I'm not blaming voters for that, but there is, I think in some cases there's a lack. I think the state federal structure has to change. States have to have greater incentive to be well-run states. I believe that if Narendra Modi can do one thing, the single most important thing he has to do is to make Delhi irrelevant. You understand? I might sound a little libertarian there. He has to make Delhi irrelevant. Tamil Nadu must be able to take its own path. States that do well should be rewarded. States that do badly should find the disincentives. That's the only way, but it's going to take a long time. I mean, I've spoken to people who work with the BJP, who don't like them. I know people there are super smart people working in the BJP. Super smart people who are working in the Congress. Super smart people who are working in the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi. There are people who want to do stuff. Not all of them have the right incentives. I think it will take a little more time. We need to be patient. I don't think it's regressive, but I wish I could give you a better, like I said, short term, careful, long term.
I think we take questioner from here. Yes. Put on the mic. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, first of all, we are very affected by your personality, sir. And sir,
No.
And sir, I wanted to ask one thing, sir. Shall I begin with for this trilogy, The Dog?
No. Read my last book first.
Okay. I'll get your last book at first. And sir,
What class are you in?
Sir, I'm in 9th.
One more year.
Yeah.
10th May, when I was in, by 10th you can read.
Okay, sir. And sir, will
Because
you
I don't want your parents to, hello, what is this new vocabulary, Go on, yeah.
And the second one, will you please give me an autograph?
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
So sweet. Right.
Thank you for the session. So my question is basically that, so I've read Dog and I've read God Save the Dog, and I really like both of them. I haven't gotten around to reading the third book yet, but I already see a lot of diversity in the way you write. So first of all, it's humor derived from your own life. Then you're talking about historical non-fiction with a tinge of humor, and now a modernized version of the Bombay Plague, as you rightly said. Now I see that a lot of times authors tend to stick to comfort zones. So if you talk about Dan Brown, he does extensive research into religion and history, and he writes novels on those. We talk about Robin Cook, it's mostly pathology and medical, and so again fiction. But then you have someone like J.K. Rowling, who moved from Harry Potter to something as starkly different as The Casual Vacancy, right? So basically what I want to ask is it a conscious choice that authors make to either stay in one particular comfort zone or move to something completely different, and also maybe kind of risk alienating their fan base or the audiences? Or how do you define it? How do you make that decision if you ever, if that ever moment comes?
Two parts. The first is a lot of, once you're a successful author in a particular genre, it's very difficult to change, because publishers are going to say, look, I'm not going to publish, if Margaret Atwood wrote an Indian campus novel, people might read, but still, so publishers tend to sometimes push back. That's one reason. You find your comfort zone is easier for you. There's no, readers know what to expect. So that's another reason. I have two reasons why I do it. One, I don't make millions of rupees from the books I write. So if I change genres, I'm not going to go broke because I wrote a bad genre book. I'll still be depending on my day job for the vast majority of my income. That's one. And the other two is a life philosophy I have. It's kind of cheesy. It reads like a greeting card. But when I was very young, my mom passed away when I was 11 years old. And since then I've had this idea, look, you're going to live once. My job is writing. Might as well write every genre and see if I'm going to enjoy it or not. No. What is the worst that is going to happen? A book is going to flop. I'm okay to deal with that. I'd rather flop a couple of times than never know the thrill of writing a medical thriller or a history or a, I'm okay with that risk. I'm okay. Thank you.
I think that's one of the most important things that kids have to take back, that it's okay to fail once in a while and, take it on from there. There's a lady at the back who's been holding up her hand in the yellow.
Yeah.
Can we get the... Okay. Okay, after you, please.
Just two quick questions on the profession itself. You said that capitalism is... Okay. That capitalism is comedy, so then how do you resolve working for a pink paper? Also, do you sleep comfortably in your bed in London when you know that journalists back home are having probably one of the toughest times that they've ever had, possibly after the emergency? And don't you think that this is a good time to have been in India and done really, tough journalism?
Good question. I mean, partly the answer to that is because I've never really been a hard news journalist. I've always been a features, lifestyle. For example, my area of specialization is the Swiss watch industry, which is so shady, Why are you going to Switzerland so often? Yeah, but you are right. I mean, sleeping, I have a fairly loose sense of nationality and national pride and so on. I feel that if as a nation, we would allow people to allowed people to improve their lives better, freed them to improve their lives more independently, it'd be better. But that's another aside. No, I think it's a little bit like, okay, I'll give you an example. I went to Poland once to do a story on the situation of the Jews in Poland. A lot of people don't realize this. Poland used to have 1.2 million odd Jews before the Second World War. Today, India has more Jews than Poland does. I think we have 4,000, they have 3,000, something like that. So I asked him, okay, is there anti-Semitism in Poland? So he said, look, there is more anti-Semitism in Poland than Polish people think. There is less anti-Semitism in Poland than outsiders think. And this is a fair indication of lots of things in many countries. I think there is a problem. I think the solution for the problems journalists are facing in India today will not happen by changing the government in the center or in the state or something. We need to fundamentally strike out bad things in the constitution. Has to go. So what am I doing for that? On Sunday, I am starting a series called Case Studies, where I am getting an expert lawyer to tell us why we have bad rules in the constitution. Because I feel that lawyers have a disproportionate access to information in India. So if you have a freedom of, like net neutrality, how many of us really understand all the stuff that's happening in net neutrality? For me, beyond a point, I tell my lawyer friends, boss, you only understand. I don't understand. When they start going where to for, here to for, vis-a-vis, what is that? What is that grace? Keshavananda, finished. Keshavananda Bharati versus whatever. I'm just completely. So I've asked him, do this for me so people will know what we're going to fight against. Why did we get the way we are today? This is what I can do there. I'm there not because I want to be there, but for slightly broader family reasons. Tomorrow if they tell me come back to India, it'll be a difficult change. I mean, it will change my lifestyle fundamentally. I'll happily come back. I don't have problems with that. Remember, it's not, I have an Indian passport, I haven't changed it into a, yeah, but do I sleep at night? Yes. Yes. To quote J.R.R. Tolkien, I think, you can only do the best with the time and the tools that are given to you. I make choices and I regret them sometimes, but we will discuss later, offline.
Hi, I'm Ria, and I love to read and I would love to write something, and I've noticed that most of your works are based on your experiences, and I'm just 13, so should I wait for some more time to write, or should I gather some experiences?
Live your life fully, experience things, do stuff, and I don't mean rebel against your parents. If you have a library in your school, use it. There's a basketball court, play basketball. If there's a volleyball thing, play volleyball. I played hockey for boarding school, not a good boarding school, but anyway, hockey very badly. I was a goalkeeper for the REC Trichy football team briefly for sporting reasons. I've done all kinds of stuff. You should do it. Not because you learn hockey or cricket, you make friends. Live your life fully. I wish I was in your position. I wish I had the wisdom I have now when I was 13 years old. You know, read books, just live life. Don't worry about becoming things right now. It's too young.
So, do you prefer writing according to your experiences or something that just comes to your mind?
Mix of both. Mix of both. For example, one of the things I'm struggling with right now is writing fictional versions of people who are not Indian. For me, that's a little difficult because I am tuned to India frequency. So it's difficult for me. So trying to mix, talk to people, get a sense of values, difficult. But a mix of everything.
Thank you.
Experience is both something you need to take input from, but also resist. Because you don't want to write 7 autobiographies at the end of your writing career, you know.
I think we have time for just the last question, sir.
So my question is coming from someone you touched upon to answer her question. And I'll just give you a background. I just made a choice to come back to India after living in US for a few years. So my question to you is 2 parts. First is for writing. Do you feel insecure about putting out your, especially in non-fiction, putting out your thoughts in there, and when you're yourself still developing your ideas on what you believe in the world, but without writing it and without getting the discussion, you can't probably like develop more of that. So there is that insecurity. How do you manage that? And then second is, how does one figure out if writing is the best way to go about whatever, for the lack of better word, social change they want to bring about in the world, rather than doing, like, how do you make those choices if you think about it?
Whoa, people are asking save the world questions, man. The first was on insecurity, yeah, completely. I mean, to this day, if I publish especially a non-fiction piece in Mint, I spend the next 24 hours dreading emails from readers. I've been with the newspaper, I think, for 9 years now. I'm yet to write a non-fiction piece. Fiction, fine. Comedy piece is fine. People will say it was not funny. I'm like, okay, that's your problem. You know? But non-fiction, no. I'm petrified. I'm very insecure. It's never gone away. You can ask my editors. They get a million mails. Is it okay now? Can I make it better? Are you saying yes to make me happy, or yes because you think, you know? You know how it is, right? The other stuff is really depends. I'm a big believer in doing small things, in changing people's lives materially in your local area. I'm a big believer in, rather than, like I said, instead of going to Delhi and going top down, I'm a big believer in small changes locally, small changes in small institutions. Like one of the things I want to do, I'm just giving you lots of stuff, is I want to work with the National Museum in Delhi and make their collection more open digitally to people. Will it make poor people rich? No. But then we don't need everybody in India to work on poverty alleviation. We want people to work on micronutrients. If you want to change India, create an army of midwives who can reduce the number of women who die while giving birth in this country. It would change fundamentally the lives of people. Bangladesh has seen benefit from doing that. Lots of things you can do, but you choose your scope. Writing is good when you want to get messages across. if you want to write something interesting, you want an audience, my newspaper is there to help you. I can say that with complete backing from all the editors there. We may not be the biggest newspaper in India, but I think we are very nimble.
Well said.
Again, there is no word limit when you're speaking. So if I've kind of gone on and bored you, I'm really sorry. But I hope you've taken away something useful.
Yes, a big round of applause. Thank you.
A big thank you to Sidin Vadukut and Sharvani Basu for this session, and especially to our sponsors, DNA. The authors will be available at the book signing area, so you can buy the books from the Full Circle bookstores. Okay? Thank you. The next session here at Samvad is Remembering Suzanne Rodolphe, The Modernity of Tradition, Shail Mayaraman, Rima Huja, and Jill Tillotson.
Hello? Is my microphone? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Z Jaipur Literature Festival's fourth Samvad. We are delighted to introduce Remembering Susan Rudolph, The Modernity of Tradition. Please welcome Shail Mayaram, Rima Huja, and Jill Tillotson.
So, good evening, friends. Welcome to the session. When Namita and I first spoke of it, it was called Remembering Suzanne Rudolph. As many of you who are here know, Lloyd Rudolph also passed away. Can you hear me at the back there? Yeah? And since Lloyd Rudolph also passed away, we've actually called it Remembering the Rudolphs. And in a sense, this is really a kind of memorial in their honor. So I'll begin by saying something about their intellectual and disciplinary contribution. The Rudolphs, as many of you here know, were professors of political science, were great contributors to India studies, to Rajasthan studies, and also were honored by the Padma Bhushan a couple of years ago. Now let me begin by actually reading something from a wonderful book titled Postmodern Gandhi and Other Essays. This is, like most of their other books, also a book which is written together. And we actually had a meeting in Delhi called Celebrating Suzanne Rudolph, and which spoke about the importance of their partnership. And in something I've written, I referred to it as a Jugalbandi, because it was very much in the mode of Jugalbandi in Indian classical music, when two musicians play together and one responds to the other. And in their writing, you really do not know at what point one voice emerges and in their conversation as well, and moves into the other takes over. So they were moving tributes at this event, celebrating Suzanne Rudolph, to their role also as teachers and mentors. Also, what was brought out was their mutual love. So it's an intellectual partnership, but it's also a beautiful, moving story of love. And one of my colleagues was saying, was recounting that when Suzanne got pregnant, he got a letter from Lloyd saying, "We are pregnant." So, and I hope at some point of time you will, if you haven't read it already, read Suzanne Rudolph's Destination India, which is her letters written from 1956, 57, each year when they were on sabbatical. And it's a beautiful, it's a combination of the genre, the epistolary genre, as also a diary, and also a wonderful ethnography of India. So, but here's, Suzanne and Lloyd Rudolph's voice speaking, and I quote, "Our interpretation of Gandhi was formed between the 1950s and the mid-1960s, the middle decades between decolonization and the Vietnam War. It was widely believed at the time that new nations had to break with, even repudiate tradition to become modern. Ancient civilizations were not so much dangerous as decadent. Scholars and statesmen talked of stages of development, takeoff, and the prerequisites of democracy. Our interpretation of Gandhi expressed a countercurrent. We called the larger work in which this account of Gandhi first appeared the modernity of tradition, because we found that social change in India involved adaptation of its past inheritance as much as it did the destruction and displacement of that inheritance." So this is, in a sense, why we've called this session the modernity of tradition. And in terms of, the Rudolphs were, of course, political scientists, but they were not political scientists in the way in which we understand it as a fairly narrow discipline. I must confess to being a lapsed political scientist myself. The Rudolphs actually drew upon historical sociology and were very influenced by Max Weber. Suzanne taught a course on Weber at Chicago. They also drew upon political economy. And this is very important because later Suzanne and Lloyd both become leaders of what is called a revolution in American political science. It was referred to as glasnost and perestroika. This was when she was president of the American Political Science Association. And Lloyd Rudolph was actually referred to as the James Madison, because he was rewriting the constitution of the association. So, and it's very significant also that they use Max Weber's concept of charisma to actually understand the role that Gandhi played. Gandhi's, and this again is an extremely significant book because what it emphasizes is the way in which Gandhi was challenging Europe's monopoly over universals. And he was himself, arguing for an ethical universalism. Gandhi was also very significant to the Rudolphs, and I think they were very influenced by Hind Swaraj and Gandhi's critique of modern civilization. Now, if you understand, the Rudolph's location in the 1960s, modernization theory held sway. It was a kind of dominant discourse in the social sciences. And the Rudolphs are among the people who actually begin to challenge this and say that there's really no kind of linear theory of progress. It's not like all of us are primitive societies and we're getting somewhere where Europe and the West has reached. And I would say that there's another area and where their intellectual contribution is very significant. And I'll close here and let Rima and Gail speak about the other kinds of contribution. The Rudolphs played a great deal of attention to state formation, stateness. And again, they felt that European theory was very inadequate to understand Asian state formation. They drew a lot upon anthropology and conceptions of ritual sovereignty from the work of Stanley Thambaya and others. And Suzanne, when she is president of the Asian Studies Association, in her presidential address, brings out the very different character of state formation in India. And this is a theme she returns to again and again in her work, the theme of divided and negotiated sovereignty, and points out that there's some deep continuities between, say, the Ashokan Empire, the Mughal Empire under Akbar, and the fact that India actually has a federation. So the ways in which this division of sovereignty then gets played out. So I'll ask Giles now, who's Giles is an art historian and also knew the Rudolphs very closely. Currently, he's consultant director of the City Palace Museum, and he'll speak about the Rudolphs and their role as historians. Yeah?
Thank you, Cheryl. I think anyone who knew the Rudolphs, Suzanne and Lloyd, and I'm sure that lots of you must have done, which is why you're here, would have been struck, as I was immediately, by their extraordinary passion for their subject. They really lived their work every moment of every day. Indeed, a lot of their social life, a lot of their generous hospitality revolved around people of common interests. As soon as you expressed an interest in some area of concern to them, you were invited to dinner and you spent a whole evening unraveling it. And I'm sure many of you have done that, and that is why we all knew them so well and became so fond of them. I want to make 2 points about their contribution. One is to suggest that what I find very remarkable about their work, and I'm particularly more interested in their work as historians in a sense, so they are primarily political scientists, but their work was very historically grounded in a very strong knowledge of local Rajasthani history, and that's more akin to my own areas of interest. That in their work, they often beat a new path by choosing something that to anyone else would have looked ridiculously unfashionable. Just consider it. They come to India first in 1956, within a decade of independence, as newly minted PhDs from Harvard. They're shortly to take up posts in Chicago, a university which at that time, the center of social thought, was dominated by characters like Edward Shills, whose own book on India was called Between Tradition and Modernity. It's a short, provocative little essay about how India is managing the transition between the old institutions and the new, by which he means Western, modes of society and governance. The Rudolphs respond with a book called The Modernity of Tradition, and you see instantly how they are placing themselves in relation to prevalent modes of thought. They've come to Rajasthan in the mid-50s. You'd think the obvious things to look at would be the new emergent forms of democratic governance, the new people who are in power and so on. They don't. Well, they do look at that, of course, but they're more attracted by the story of all people, the Thakurs, the old landowning classes who are left behind, the people who have lost out most, first of all by independence and then by the Land Ceiling Act of 1951. So the story of how those people who were once dominant in the society, dominant voices, dominant authorities in the society, negotiate the change, is what interests them, what piques their interest. That leads them to Kesri Singh, and through Kesri Singh to Mohan Singh, and so to the Amar Singh Diary, which for most people would have been a formidably daunting source. I mean, if you were told about a 99-volume work that covered, in handwritten, several decades of a man's life, you would say, maybe next time, next visit, we'll have a look. Their work, painstakingly done over a very long time, of editing that and publishing it, transcribing it first, editing it and publishing it, is an enormous benefit to historians of that period. And yet, it wouldn't have looked to a normal political scientist of their generation the obvious source text to go for. So I think we should be hugely beneficial to them for choosing Amar Singh. I want briefly to talk about another of their works, a much smaller work that Lloyd did for me. A few years ago, I edited a volume on the early 19th century British historian of Rajasthan, James Todd, and I asked Lloyd to contribute an article. And what he chose to write about was Todd's involvement in a British Parliamentary Commission of 1832, which was to consider the pros and cons, the relative merits of direct versus indirect rule in India, where Todd, as the proponent of indirect rule, in other words, one which would essentially leave power in the hands of the local Rajas and Maharajas, was pitted against James Mill, who was all for complete annexation. In the short term, the point of the article is relevant, as it were, to Lloyd. In the short term, Todd lost this argument, and because the mood in British Parliament at the time was all in favour of further annexation. And indeed, so Mill won the argument, as it were, in round one. After the revolt of 1857, the rethink that happened reversed that decision. It was realised what a terrible mistake had been made, and although poor old Todd didn't live to see it, the subsequent period of British rule between 1857 and 1947 reversed the position and put the emphasis much more on preserving indirect rule where it existed. It struck me as odd when I read the first draft of this essay how strongly Lloyd's own preferences, his own support of Todd in this, gleamed through the passion of the writing, particularly since in an early joint authored essay, Lloyd and Suzanne had described paramountcy as a failure because it failed to prepare, as they put it, the Rajput states for democratic governance. Of course, it wasn't the purpose of paramountcy to do that, and they were making a slightly different point in that essay. Nevertheless, the essay that he published in that book is a joy and a delight because his own historical understanding, the rootedness in history, and also his own passionate political ideology both shone through the piece, and I think that's very, very typical of their work.
Let me just add a couple of things to what Giles has said. One is in Suzanne's letters, when she, the letters which relate to 56, 57, which are described as the old order changes and gives way to the new. She has a wonderful pen portrait of an Indian politician called Mathura Das Mathur, and some of you might know in this audience. And she has this wonderful description in this pen portrait of him as this new generation of politician who doesn't wear khadi any longer, but actually is dressed in trousers and shirt with a scarf, and somewhat in a Bollywoodish style. And she talks about this new style of politics. And she's talking also about the emergence of a new class. Instead of the Rajputs, you now have the Jats. And the Jats, supporters, the great supporters of Mathura Das Mathur. So there's a lot of wonderful, actually, humor in the letters. And I also wanted to point out that the close relationship the Rudolphs had with families such as Mohan Singh Ji's family. and who are descendants of Amar Singh, and their own daughter Amelia's wedding, which took place actually in Narayan Nivas, which is it's a beautiful moment. The Takrani took out her own wedding dress and jewelry actually to clothe Amelia. But over to Rima now, who's a historian and also an archaeologist, and has written a wonderful book on the history of Rajasthan, among other things. Rima.
Thank you. And Shell, if I may borrow your book, because Lloyd and Suzanne used to always bring, they were a presence at the Jaipur Literature Festival before it took its present shape even, and then they were here since. I mean, Giles, you were there, and Pramod and Meeta. So Lloyd would stick the books on their behalf in the middle of the table when they talked, and somehow it happened that we were on the same panel. So I think, even though I believe neither of them believed in afterlife, I think they very much would have been amused to be here, and I think they're going to be here next year if we can organize a panel back at the Darbar Hall, which is where they used to be. Enough of that, we are running short of time. So I want to just pick up on several of the things that you have said, but I'll do it in my own jumbled, my style, which is that the Rudolphs always asked questions. And I think that is what gives them the strength they had as academics. They wanted to know, basically the equivalent of a child saying, why is the sky blue? So why does this happen? It was not enough to just say it happens because. If it's tradition, when did the tradition come in? And I don't think when they first came to Rajasthan, they were, this is years of hearing the same stories over again. They were intending to do a comparison, which they did, between a princely Indian state, quote, native princely Indian state, not their quote, British Indian quote, which was Jaipur or Rajasthan, and again, British ruled presidency, Madras, and that was what there was going to be, this kind of more or less classical political science comparison. Instead, they got drawn in the way that Rajasthan does, and this became their kind of, their Karm Bhumi, the land of their work. They did a lot of other things. Lloyd carried on with his interest in the American presidency, and Suzanne. But coming from a political science tradition, one thing they did for the University of Rajasthan here, and for the discipline of political science and public administration, was give it a slight more emphasis by their presence here, by their writings, by their discussions within the university. But then, because they went beyond the bounds of their own disciplinary confines, they crossed it and they brought in other things. And that, in effect, allowed them, so I come to the third point, and this actually is in honor of the Rudolphs. I speak impromptu and I get ticked off. The Rudolphs prepared, even if it was a simple thing like teaching my American study abroad students, and I learned from them that it made that difference. So in honor of them again, they helped what today is fashionably called area studies, but then because Rajasthan was their focus, they made a kind of a loose network, and then it became a more formalized Rajasthan Studies Group network of people who were interested. It could be in the geography, it could be in communications, it could be somebody looking at Marwari horses, it could be somebody like Komal Kaka, Komal Kothari, better known to people as Komalda, looking at music and traditions. But this loose network helped each other in understanding more aspects of India. It also allowed for a number of interdisciplinary conferences, and I hope we can have another one to keep the tradition going, and the setting up of the Institute of Rajasthan Studies here. So, they were catalysts in several ways. And because, as Shell has already said, they were kind of foils to each other. The strength of one, the incisiveness of Suzanne would be offset by Lloyd going off into different tangents, and she would draw him in. But because of that, they were able to get a lot more out of a conversation, including, they would have these small parties and asks people their opinions. They would share their opinions, but they would also have little coffee mornings. Eventually it was a question of, the Rudolphs are coming, the Rudolphs are coming. They would come back to Jaipur. Of course, when I was a child growing up, they were neighbors. I didn't know what to call them because it wasn't done to call somebody that much older, are they that much older, by their first name. So I would kind of go, or I would say auntie or uncle, and they were fine with it. And then at a certain point, we were using first names.
We have to transition.
But yes, and Suzanne and Lloyd were able to get people of all age groups to share information. And that is something I think which would be a takeaway for all of us. You don't have to be old and venerable to be able to profess on something. You can have viewpoints which need to be shared. And I think let us now then share, back to you as moderator, share other views people may have.
Well, I think one of the great roles that they played was as mentors of a whole generation of students at Chicago. I was one of their students, and I had the benefit of both Lloyd and Suzanne, but the other students in the audience. And can I call upon, where is Ronajoy? He wanted to, oh, there you are, yes. Can somebody hand him a mic? Ronajoy has also written a piece on Suzanne, and as many of you know, the couple has had a large number of obituaries. Yeah.
Yeah, I think someone had estimated that the Rudolphs had over 300 odd students that they supervised. The Rudolphs actually had 300 odd students whom they supervised for the dissertations, and I was one of their sort of later students. And what Shale was saying, they were much more than just mere professors, and many of us in Chicago recall after the after sort of South Asia conferences that we had at the Regenstein Library there, we would then move to the Rudolph's residence, lakeside apartment, and then over a beer and a soup that Suzanne would prepare, sparkling conversation would flow. And I've also actually, I wrote my dissertation partly in India, and I recall having, every winter when they would come to Jaipur, actually stay over at their place and discuss my dissertation threadbare over 2 or 3 days. So in that sense, they were much more than just my professors and mentors, and they maintained that link with the students over the course of a lifetime.
And I think they have students all over the world, in Korea. I mean, they were once off to attend a wedding of some student. So they were very much into the lives of students, even after they were not students anymore. And this book is actually inscribed to me by both Lloyd and Suzanne. And it says, for Shell, a lively critic and a strong intellectual comrade. So it just suggests the ways in which students went on to become colleagues and friends for them, and inhabited their house and vice versa. So would there be anybody else who would like to make a contribution? Because, yes.
Dr. Hassan.
Dr. Hassan.
Should keep one line, wrap up for yourself.
I knew them only here, and I think I'm the last link in the tradition of Susan and Lloyd, because he knew Paul Wheatley, the historian in Chicago University, and Paul Wheatley I met in Syracuse because he was a good friend of my professor, who was also Jew. And when I met him, I talked about my professor, and it was thrilling. They were so generous in talking about Paul Wheatley and David Sofer, geographer, South Asianist. One thing about the couple was this, that I found that they were perhaps in contemporary, our time, only Indians who were speaking Gandhi and the soul of Gandhi. Universities are no more liberal institution these days. They are divided and they have become very conservative and right-winger. But they were the one who could hold people together and have a sense of what are the Gandhian values, which are very inherent to our our existence. That I noticed from them. It was a sad news that Lloyd passed away within a week or 10 days. I saw from your Facebook, and we will miss them very much.
Well, maybe that's the way in which such a unique partnership ought to end, because I think it's very difficult for one person to perhaps survive without the other, given the kind of love and care that was. But you're absolutely right in emphasizing how important, Gandhi was in terms of, and Gandhi's own relationship with Tolstoy. The way in which Gandhi translated Tolstoy's letter to a Hindu, which was part of the Gujarati Hind Swaraj, and the importance of the values of non-violence, of inclusive nationalism, and pluralism, which I think we need to remind ourselves, of time and again. Friends, I think our time is almost up. Do you have? So let me just finish by saying that. Oh, there's one more. Oh, yes, please.
As a student, young student of political science department, I had an opportunity to talk with him, talk both the couples, and as a student of Professor Iqbal Narayan and Professor S.P. Verma, I remember those good days. They were very pleasant personalities, and although we were very young at that time, but later on when I read his book, Modernity of Tradition, it was really enlightening for me. And हमारे क्लास में जो लोग थे उनको जुगल जोड़ी कहा करते थे. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would say that one of the things that they were very conscious about is how does one make a contribution to the local and to the regional, and participated in a number of events. So I can see the organizers closing in on us. So friends, here is, let's propose a fictitious toast. Cheers to the Rudolph and celebrate. I think she's already here, so I don't think there is time. No. And so let us celebrate the Rudolphs and their contribution to knowledge and their vision of knowledge, and hopefully we can think of a future when cities would give citizenship to people, and I think the city of Jaipur ought to give honorary citizenship to the Rudolphs.
They were always tickled at the idea of being honorary Rajasthanis. They said, we are Rajasthanis, no honorary about it.
So thank you very much, friends, and thank you, Giles and Rima.
Thank you very much, Shail Mayaram, Rima Hucha, and Gil Tillotson. The authors will be available to sign their books at the book signing area right behind you. Books are available for sale at the bookshop. We also have a festival merchandise store behind Scharbach as well. Festival brochures can be brought at the front desk. The next and last session for today, our daily poetry hour, starts right now.
Good evening to everyone for the last session here at Samvad on day 2 of Z Jaipur Literature Festival. We now have the poetry hour Kavita Nirantar presented by British Council. Our speakers for today are Kay Miller, Luke Kennard, Mark Waldron, Melissa Lee Thornton, Ram Swaroop Kisan, Yoko Twada and K. Sachidanand. I would like to invite Chris Holyfield, Director of Poetry Book Society, to say a few words.
Good evening. Welcome to this British Council event organised with the Jaipur Literature Festival. I'm Chris Holyfield. I'm the director of the Poetry Book Society, which was founded by T.S. Eliot and Friends in 1953. You can't hear me. I don't think this is on. Sorry. Can you put the microphone on, please? Can you put the microphone on, please? Hello? Right, it's on now. It wasn't on just then. Okay, I'm going to start again so you can hear me this time. Welcome to this British Council event organised with the Jaipur Literature Festival. I'm Chris Holyfield, the director of the Poetry Book Society in London. The Poetry Book Society was founded by T.S. Eliot and Friends in 1953, and it's the only poetry book club in the world. Our poet selectors choose the best new collections of the quarter, and their choices go in the bulletin, which is sent to all members of the PBS. We also run the T.S. Eliot Prize, which 10 days ago in London, we had the readings in the Royal Festival Hall with an audience of 2,000. And it's the biggest poetry event of the year in the UK. We were delighted that Sarah Howe won this year with her collection Loop of Jade. It's the very first time in 23 years of the prize that her first collection has won. So it was very exciting. She's a brilliant young poet. I'm here to talk about the Next Generation Poets 2014, and you're going to hear 4 of them in a few minutes. This is a once-in-a-decade promotion. The judging panel had to choose the 20 best collections from poets who published their first collection in the last 10 years. And we had 250 submissions, so it was quite a hard task for them. In the UK, we did a tour of 23 venues involving 56 poets, including some from New Generation, which was in 1994, and involved poets like Carol Ann Duffy and Simon Armitage. Next Generation, 2004, had poets like Alice Oswald and Owen Shears. They were both brilliant lists, and this third one is just the same. We have a special website for Next Generation Poets, which has readings, poems, interviews and blogs from the poets, as well as notes for reading groups. You can find it at www.nextgenerationpoets.com. The poets are now touring internationally as part of a partnership between the Poetry Book Society and the British Council. So I'm just going to briefly introduce these 4 poets. Luke Kennard is a poet and fiction writer. With his second collection, The Harbour Beyond the Movie, he became the youngest poet ever to be nominated for the Forward Prize. Kay Miller, who is from Jamaica, actually won the Forward Prize in 2014 with The Cartographer Maps A Way to Zion. Poet and fiction writer Melissa Lee Horton's second collection, Beautiful Girls, was a Poetry Book Society recommendation. Mark Waldron works in advertising and was chosen for Next Generation Poets 2014 for the brand new Dark. As you'll discover, they all have wonderful individual voices, and that's what the Poetry Book Society is good at, identifying superb new poetic voices. So I'd like to just conclude by saying that it's great for the UK Next Generation Poets International Showcase to bring the poets here to read as part of this fantastic international event at the fabulous Jaipur Festival.
Hi. Hello. Is that still working? Oops. God. Yeah, there's much better, yeah. The Tragedies of Being Tall. I'll just read 4 poems. And I'll read from this collection called A Light Song of Light. And in this collection, there's a man that keeps on featuring. He's called the Singer Man. In Jamaica, years ago, when they used to build roads, the government would hire someone to sing songs while they built these roads, and this man was called the Singer Man. So he features in a couple of the poems. A short biography of the Singer Man. The Singer Man, born in 1903, has lived in Spalding, in Lime Tree Grove, in a village called Rim. Wherever there were no roads, wherever the hills rose up like a flock of green parrots, you would find him, Singer Man. Paid ½ a week, dug trenches, filled the pits with mortar and bits of broken stone. But Singer Man's most crucial job was to lift up mentors, to time Chichibodo to the swing of a workman's hammer. And no one knew if it was the hammer or if it was the song, but there was no rock so strong to resist the fourth accented beat, that huh, in the Singer Man's song. Brochure. You have to imagine that you're visiting Jamaica and you're reading a brochure. Brochure. Avoid the 3-lane highways. Drive on the Singer Man's roads. Your journey, even when bumpy, will be sweet. The ascents lifting you as in a chorus, the sharp corners turning you like a force of melody. There's a back road that sings its offbeat way up Stony Hill, built, of course, by the Singer Man. And the slim road to Mount Pleasant, also built by the Singer Man. And yes, it was the Singer Man who orchestrated the long road to Portland, made it full of waterfalls, so that a man and his mule traversing its miles could forget for a while the solemnity of their loads. Please, when you visit Jamaica, drive on the Singer Man's roads. And, oh, thank you, that's very kind. The color of the Singer Man's songs. I was thinking that, you know, if you're a kind of black American artist, you might sing the blues. So what color would the Singer Man's songs be? Which is a really strange question to have, but I'm a poet, so. The color of the Singer Man's songs. If the Singer Man had gone to America, he would have sung the blues. He would have sung the blues with a voice like John the Baptist, with a tongue covered in sand. And his blues would have been that kind of blues that is fed on locust and honey. Blues like a cry that cometh from the wilderness. Blues like the sound of warthogs alarmed at the sky. And the Singer Man would have sung it straight from his field in Arkansas to Harold Arlen's living room, where Arlen would have gone to his keys and composed a song more sad than Blues in the Night. But the Singer Man did not go to America. He stayed right here, so bless up to him and his song and all music that is sad in its own color. Bless up to every song that Bless up to the notes that fall like flakes of rust. Bless up to every song that makes its own way out of Dungle, a path straight through ghettos. Bless up to the mento, which becomes ska, which becomes rub-a-dub, which becomes legend. Bless up all the red gold songs, all the weary evening time songs, songs given to us by the Singer Man. And I will end with a poem that I can't read because it's not in any book, but it's a poem that Chris commissioned me to write last year. And basically, the Queen, she took out all her gold. Well, not all of it, but took out a lot of the gold and put it on display. And so Chris, the Poetry Society, asked me to write a poem responding to this exhibition on gold. There's another one, but I focus on the gold. I didn't think the poem was very political at the time until the next morning everyone was tweeting they couldn't believe Kai Miller read that at Buckingham Palace. And so now I realize the poem might be. But this is my response to gold. There's a series of poems in this collection, The Cartographer Tries to Map a Way to Zion, about place names in Jamaica. And so this is just continuing that series about place names. And now I have to remember it by heart. Place name. Aracabesa. Origins disputed, but most likely leave over from the Spanish ora cabeza, golden head. Though what gold was here other than light glinting off the bay, other than bananas bursting out from red flowers, though this too is disputed, not the flowers, but the origin of bananas. They may have come here with Columbus on a ship which in 1502 slipped into Aracabesa the way grief sometimes slips into a room. In those days, the sailor tried to name the island Santa Maria, as if not knowing we already had a name in another language, a language whose speakers would soon all die, though this too is disputed, not the deaths, but the completeness of genocide. For consider, if you will, such leave-over words as hurricane, consider barbecue, consider Jamaica, land of wood and water, but not of gold. Could someone please go back in time and tell Columbus in Taino there is no word for gold? Christopher Columbus, in Italiano, Cristoforo Colombo, in Espanol, Cristobal Colon. A teacher once told me colon is root word for colonist, and though I know that was false etymology, there is some truth to it. Aracabesa, at which place you might find such tranquil villas as Golden Ridge, Golden Cloud, Golden Eye, longtime home of Ian Fleming, who sat there on cliff's edge, the morning's breakfast brought to him by a woman named Doris, the scent of ackee and crisp fried breadfruit wafting up to his nostrils, while between his teeth he bit a number 2 pencil, all the time looking out to sea as if fishing for a story. Maybe a man, an incredible man. Let's call him Bond, James Bond. Who knew 007 wasn't actually Scottish, but a barefoot boy from St. Mary, Jamaica? Like so many others, he too migrated, the brutish winter cooling his complexion down to white. Such stories, Goldfinger, Golden Eye, the man with the golden gun. Have you never stopped to ask, where does all this gold come from? Have you never wondered what was found in El Dorado? Well, let me tell you, not a nugget, not an ounce of ore, but light, gilding the bay, and perhaps bananas, and perhaps ackee, and such language as could summon wind to capsize Columbus's ships. And if that's not gold, then what is?
Hi, I'm Luke Kennard. It's really wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm going to start with a poem about clinical depression, and it's called Chorus. The choir hadn't left him alone since the first day of summer. He awoke to find them stationed round his bed. One day the choir arrived without warning or explanation, sang the choir in plain song, handing him toast. On his first day back at work, the choir stood at his desk singing, "The choir are making his professional life impossible." 2 weeks later, his partner left him for an osteopath. "Hannah cannot stand the choir any longer," they sang. That night, he pummeled the choristers with his fists. He beats the choir in frustration, but though they are bruised and bleeding at the lip, they sing with redoubled vigor, sang the choir. And then they sang, "He cannot get to sleep, he cannot get to sleep, he cannot get to sleep," in perfect fifths, until he fell asleep. "In time, you may even grow fond of us," they sang quietly. This is called My Friend, and like most of my poems, it's about not being a very good person. My friend, your irresponsibility and your unhappiness delight me. Your financial problems and your expanding waistline are a constant source of relief. I am so happy you drink more than I do and that you don't seem to enjoy it as much. When I hear you being arrogant and argumentative, my heart leaps. Your nihilism is fast becoming the richest source of meaning in my life, and it is my pleasure to watch you speaking harshly to others. When you gossip about our mutual acquaintances, I sigh with satisfaction. Your childish impatience delights me. The day you threw a tantrum in the middle of the supermarket was the happiest day of my life. Sometimes you say something which reveals you to be rather stupid, and I love you then, but not as much as I love you as when you are callously manipulative. Your promiscuity is like a faithful dog at my side. When you talk about your petty affairs, you try to make them sound grand and important. I cherish your gaucheness and your flippancy. At times it seems you are actually without a sense of humour, and I bless the day I met you. You bully people younger and weaker than you, and when others tell me about this, I am pleased. Sometimes I think you're incapable of love, and I am filled with the contentment of waking on a Saturday morning to realise I don't have to go to work. I often suspect that you do not even like me, really, and my laughter overflows like water from a blocked cistern. Thank you. So I wrote that poem before my two sons were born, so now the line about having a tantrum in the supermarket is sort of tinged with horror for me, which it wasn't when I wrote it. I'll do this little formal poem, which is called Men Made of Words. Men made of words live in migraine hotels and talk not of music but speaker cables. They stay up to drink whiskey with red lemonade, point out the mistakes one another has made of pronunciation, directions, and sales. Some compare charts before prints of Kandinsky. Some pick on the barmaid, Nebraskan and pretty. Their guiding philosophy never needs telling. The fauvists, so colourful. What is it they're selling? Art never hurts for the men made of words. And if you, like I, often let down your guard when you're drunk in the hush of a theatre courtyard, or forced to find work beneath travestied arches, you find yourself under the weight of their glances. Make your excuse while the handshakes are hard, and run for your life from the men made of words. Thank you. Bless you. You needn't clap after a poem, but thank you for doing that. It's very encouraging. Okay, I'm going to finally read this little poem, which is a love poem, and it's a poem about coincidence. It's a poem about how where you end up in your life and what you end up doing and with whom. You have so little control over that, and we used to sort of have words like fate, and we used to think of it maybe in spiritual terms, and many of us perhaps still do. And this is a way of trying to deal with this sort of terrifying coincidence, as bad as a sort of terrible Victorian novel. Was my feeling that there's more coincidence in life than in a bad novel. And partly it's inspired by meeting my wife, and the only reason that I met her was because she got a C in her biology A level, which meant that we went to the same university. So if she got 3 A's, she'd have gone to Cambridge and married some other asshole. So I'm grateful that she had a bad day on the day of her A level biology exam. Anyway, yeah, cheers for that. Anyway, so I'll finish on this. Thank you so much for listening. Bless you. It's called Leatherbound Road. Should anybody ask me how we met, I'll read them Ansel Adams on photography. I'll say it's in the way the artist brings out of the landscape what the frame brings out of the painting, which is to say you bring out the best in me, but not the way the Maillard reaction brings out the best in food through the combination of amino acids, reducing sugars, and heat. No, it's more the way the right light brings out the right wine, and the scene reflected in your eye places me front and center, looking in, trying to describe the color. It's what the singer does between the words that makes the words, and not just words. The crows that current stud the risen green don't startle as I cycle through and crunch the gears. The Canada goose that turns its neck 180 to rifle through its feathers Rolodex. Distracted weavers weave their hair into the tapestry, a chess move made 6 hours ago that only makes sense now. The way the symphony opens up only when you know what's coming next, your place in it and why or not. The way the past's not even past, and looking back, I overlooked the beauty of the worst of it. The exam flunked, the filed, the blown bulb and the curtain drawn which gave the bar its votive glow. The way that led with more coincidence and happenstance than a minor Victorian novel, and yet with the absolute conviction of its binding and with gratitude to you. Thanks.
Hi. I'd rather use just this if I can. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me okay just with this mic? Yeah? The shoes of a clown. Oh, how I'd love to own a pair of those long-toed clown shoes. I think I'd find myself so engaging in them. I'd put them on, sit down upon a chair, reach out my legs and happily behold my oddly shod feet. I'd stand and slap their long lengths on the ground to generate a flapping sound, a flapping sound like a crack, crack. And then I'd hurry backwards up the stair. I'd hurry up to see you, to show you my two new shoes. And you'd turn around and apprehend myself emerging up from them, a genie drifting from its polished lamp, a plant sucking at its just watered ground. So I'm going to do a few poems, yeah, it's fantastic to be here. I was thinking this morning that I was a little bit worried that because I write my poems in England and it's kind of cold and they have that kind of feeling of slightly cold feeling about them, I think. I was worried that if I brought them here, what was going to happen to them? Might they kind of melt in a kind of hotter environment? But so far, they're okay, I think. So, this is called the chocolate car. The little chocolate car has no wheels or windows and a body shell that's a sweet wrapper. Everything inside the car is made of chocolate. The engine, the battery, all the little pipes and cables, the petrol, the oil, the water, the steering wheel and handbrake, the carpeting and dashboard, the seats and seat belts, the sweet wrappers in the door compartments, the driver and passengers, their flesh and their blood and their bones, their skin and their hair, the brains in their heads, the food in their stomachs, the feces in their bowels, the urine in their bladders, their clothes, the money in their pockets, the dirt on their shoes, as well as absolutely all of the empty spaces in the car are made entirely out of chocolate. The chocolatey smell that escapes from the car's body shell is the perfume worn by the chocolate woman who sits completely engulfed in chocolate in the chocolate passenger seat. She smiles to herself with chocolate lips over chocolate teeth in a chocolate mouth that's crammed full of chocolate. She smiles because she can sense that she's pregnant with an embryo that's a minuscule, errant, miraculous bubble of air. I wrote this as a commission to do a poem for a book of magic spell poems. To change one dog to one cat, you perhaps ought to go to the park at a convenient time of your particular choosing. You should find there what may be a dog, knowing it by its humor. Take it home, then fast on the ready table, siphon its yap. You can do this. Then on the wash table, stick it with a shameful enslavement to mice. On cushions in the drawing room, make it to fathom slowly and then quick that it is not itself. Disconnect with a straightforward yank, its crush on booze. Is the microphone gone? Hello? Oh, that's okay. Disconnect with a straightforward yank its crush on booze and the chew of the meaty cigarettes and the grunt of the trundling ground. So, first ordain it a fish, cat being fish, dog being fished, and make sure to bend it as well to a pale dusty blue before you plead it, and if needs be, require it to black. And to show what you've done, make it to whistle itself, once if you like. Okay, one more poem and then a very short one. This one's called All My Poems Are Advertisements for Me. When I was young, there was nothing exactly stupid about the world. In fact, in the good old days, there was the thump and the tug of it, the way it heaved itself like a stone yanked, so to speak, in glory, the way it fell up, and then crushed up again, getting newer and newer, louder and sweeter, the way it watched its own face fall between its fingers as though its face were a handful of gold coins. I think I might have known the whole drag of everything going upwards, a tide that pulled me with it. Actually, I know I did. You were part of all this, by the way. And the sky, wow, where to begin? The sky was so adult, not imbecilic or thin or so-so or girlish. Did I outgrow it? Did I drink it, shoot it, find a way round it? Did I get inside it and drive off in it? Forgive me, but on my way to work this morning, even though the sun was on fire and the trees were up, I was in the apocalypse. Death is not what you think it is. It's actually what I think it is. And one last short poem. It's called The Fire Hose. If I was, I don't know, walking down, say, a street, and I happened to come across a group of, I don't know, firemen, and they were fighting, say, a fire, then I might imagine, might I not, their fire hose to be a long and beige salami. And then I might imagine, might I not, that I could take a slice of that salami, that I could peel it of its ring of canvas skin, and then I'd have a lens, the freshest monocle, through which, if I held it to my open eye, I'd probably see a group of firemen with a cut hose, shouting angrily. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Melissa, do you want to go out this way?
Hello, everyone. It's absolutely wonderful to be here and to see such a lovely big audience. So thanks very much for having me. I'm going to read some poems that are in my new collection that comes out in September. And the first poem I wrote after a friend of mine died in 2014. And he was a really wonderful man, and I really adored him and looked up to him. And I found the grief just very inexpressible. So this was the only thing I really managed to write about that, and it's the shortest thing I've ever written. Wish list. There's a ruptured vein in the arc of my heart, a sonic rush in the steady of my being, a wake-up call in the doubt-frozen morning, and you with your head down. There's a promise thrown into the seam of my brain, a room filled with skulls and carvings and seances, a thrill struck wide by the cleft in your name, and you with your head down. Thank you. The book that I've written sort of describes the very complex relationship we all engage in at some point in our lives between like love and harm, and how the two things can sort of coalesce. The Ballad of Sexual Dependency. The pain isn't real. You can shine a torchlight on the wound. It's healed in a matter of days, but the scar itches at night and I claw chunks out of it. Don't tell me love hurts. It doesn't. It arrives and it leaves clean like death and birth. And when it's gone, it leaves nothing to mourn unless you can mourn happiness. This prologue is, of course, meaningless. My hair is dripping wet on my t-shirt. I've been in pain for 4 months, persistently. My husband emailed the morning I was gone. The subject field read, "The Ballad of Sexual Dependency." He knew I would come home. Regret is a cowardly response to doing something you absolutely meant. Now I know I'm not brave. I can't face the world alone. I slept in the loft and cried intermittently. It's okay though. I severed the limb cleanly and cried out for less than a minute. And when it was done, I remembered everything and learned to bite my tongue. I'm in bed applying for free school meals. We have nothing. I have the melody but no song. I'm not going to be anyone's miserablest. I'm both the torturer and the tortured. I will put some effort into retracing the heartline with the emotional precision of a scalpel. What doesn't cut me makes me real. Emptiness has a place in my life, as does loss, which fraternizes with my self-abasement, and in winter I look hot in summer dresses, and no one trembles when they hold me close enough to despise me. I am all alone in this life. Even my dreams do their best to let me down. Come February, I'll be anew. My husband said I wouldn't survive the year, but surviving thus far, I look around and the body count is not severe. This is the last one. It's a bit longer. It's not quite as depressing, probably. This ache cannot be pacified by pain alone. Sometimes I have nothing but my lavishly delusional dreams. I wake in hotel rooms drenched in sweat, cuddling the pillow. Loneliness can't grow up in this infantile age of instant gratification and sweetness. I lick up the lollipop love. You're so saccharine to my wounds. I keep pouring on the salt and rubbing it in to even it out, but I love the sting too much. I suck in the air through my teeth and want the unambiguous hit. I crave intimacy until it fills me, my drug of choice, human connection. I walk from one disaster to the next, calmly scoring scars and sores, registering my interest in your omnivorous excitement. The sad city jerks spoke of the cost of living, wages, keeping your head down, shadows tripped along in the dark, and I said, we all have a place in this world. It's just that some of us are falling off its edges. When I'm drunk, I just become more acutely self-aware. I fall over inside myself until the numbness grants me sojourn. I just want to choose between one high and the next. Why do I remember painful events with wistfulness and nostalgia? I want the sweet sting. I want. Don't change and don't invite me when my veins are flooded. Give me language if you can't give me peace. There is just too much of me everywhere and in your eyes and chest, where I know I'm wanted and not wanted, where I hide my fantasies for safekeeping. I don't expect you to give them back. I don't want you to keep them intact. If they turn black, I'll reimagine them and redefine all my boundaries. The syrupy taste of desire coats my insides, and I taste it and feel it sticky all over me. I'm a scumbag, and I don't know how to speak to the world. I have the soda, the aspartame blanket. I just need someone to hold me down, hold me steady, and apply pressure on the parts that hurt. How many different ways can I say this? You know what I want and what I need and how to deploy the strike that will start the war. You know when to offer what's anticipated and when to hold back. Give me pleasure until I'm sick, until I kill it. Can I be your little girl, pull my hair, damage my liver, mould me into a caricature of myself, mould me in your own image? I can turn you into God, and this terrifies both of us. I've got all the time in the world. I brush past strangers, try to touch as many living things as I can. I'm voluptuous with torment. Don't cry over me. Your tears are sweet and I like them. The opium-eating heart sucks in agony like a void and turns it into a work of art. I suffer, you suffer, we all suffer, etc. We're entangled in what soothes us, clever people we are, for finding salve in what Lord knows best. I'm your worst nightmare and your most vivid dream, out of context and in isolation, without dramatic backdrop, without the addiction, a living contusion. You make me come true. The safety catch has been off for years, just waiting for someone unhinged enough to fire the gun. Thank you.
मैं राम स्वरूप की शान राजस्थानी में कविता और कहानी लिखता हूँ। बगैर किसी औपचारिकता के मैं राजस्थानी में मेरी मातृभाषा में ही कविताएं करूँगा। घर शीर्षक से कविता है। घर सगड़ा 12 उठ गया घरा फकत, सगड़ा 12 उठ गया घरा फकत मैं हूँ का घरा है घर। सगड़ा 12 उठ गया घरा फकत मैं हूँ का घरा है घर। अचानक ख्याल आयो घर हमेश घरा ही रहे। अचानक ख्याल आयो घर हमेश घरा ही रहे। वो कदे कठे नहीं जावे बस जावता आवता ने जोवतो रहे टुकुर टुकुर। अचानक ख्याल आयो घर हमेश घरा ही रहे। वो कदे कठे नहीं जावे बस जावता आवता ने जोवतो रहे टुकुर टुकुर। हाँ एड़ो अवश्य के जद कोई जावे थोड़ो सिकुड़ जावे। हाँ एड़ो अवश्य के जद कोई जावे थोड़ो सिकुड़ जावे और जद कोई आवे थोड़ो फैल जावे घर। हाँ एड़ो अवश्य के जद कोई जावे थोड़ो सिकुड़ जावे जद कोई आवे थोड़ो फैल जावे घर। जद मैं तालो जड़ कठे जावा तो 12 सु उदास हो जावे घर। जद मैं तालो जड़ कठे जावा तो 12 सु उदास हो जावे घर। भीतर सु केड़ो हो जावे मैं नहीं देखियो। भीतर सु केड़ो हो जावे मैं नहीं देखियो। पण जद मैं बावड़ा तो आंसुआ ने मुड़कान सु ढकण री आंसुआ ने मुड़कान सु ढकण री कोशिश में लूकर रोती मां सो पकड़ियो जावे घर। पण जद मैं बावड़ा तो आंसुआ ने मुड़कान सु ढकण री कोशिश में लूकर रोती मां सो पकड़ियो जावे घर। मां शीर्षक कविता है। जे कोई थाने बूझे के मां किसी को वे आप दढ़ले सु कह सको के घर में जिन रो की नहीं हुए और जिन में घर रो सो की हुए बा मां हुए। जे कोई थाने बूझे के मां किसी को वे आप दढ़ले सु कह सको के घर में जिन रो की नहीं हुए और जिन में घर रो सो की हुए बा मां हुए। मारी कोई उम्र नहीं हुए। मारी कोई उम्र नहीं होए बा जवान भी हो सके और बूढ़ी भी, पर जवान माई बूढ़ी सी लागबो करे। मारी कोई उम्र नहीं होए बा जवान भी हो सके बूढ़ी भी, पर जवान माँ भी बूढ़ी सी लागबो करे। मारे एक पग में जूती और दूजे में चप्पल हुए। मारे एक पग में जूती और दूजे में चप्पल हुए, क्योंकि मारे चेता ही नहीं हुए कि उनका ही पैर रखियो है। मां अमूमन आपरी एक आंख पर, मां अमूमन आपरी एक आंख पर मूरी बाप रो ओढ़निया रे पल्ले सु शेक करती रहे। मां अमूमन आपरी एक आंख पर मूरी बाप रो ओढ़निया रे पल्ले सु शेक करती रहे। असल मारे हाथा में चूड़ी नहीं होया करे। असल मारे हाथा में चूड़ी नहीं होया करे, हां पगा में बेड़ी अवश्य है। मां खुद रे मुंह सु कदे ही नहीं हंसे। मां खुद रे मुंह सु कदे ही नहीं हंसे, क्योंकि बू बेटा और नाती पोता रे मुंडे हंसती हंसती थक जावे। मां ने किनी साथे मजाक करन रो ओसाण ही नहीं मिले। मां ने किनी साथे मजाक करन रो ओसाण ही नहीं है, और असल में मां मजाक सार जाने ही कोनी। पण घर री दीठ में मां एक जोकर है, उनरे सिर पर बैठो घर आखे दिन हंसे। अली शेरी लाठी सांप्रदायिकता को अभिव्यक्त करती एक कविता है। अली शेरी लाठी, अली शेरी लाठी शू गा मरगी। अली शेरी लाठी शू गा मरगी, अली शेरी लाठी शू अली शेर मर गयो। अली शेरी लाठी शू गा मरगी, अली शेरी लाठी शू अली शेर मर गयो। अली शेरी लाठी शू गांवरा कई जिंदा लोग मर गया। अली शेरी लाठी शू गांवरा कई जिंदा लोग मर गया। अली शेरी लाठी शू गांवरी कई मर्योड़ी लाठियां जिंदा होगी। भगत सिंह हासे हो कविता। फांसी ही मौत ही हांसी ही अर हो भगत सिंह। फांसी ही मौत ही हांसी ही अर हो भगत सिंह। पंडर वो नहीं हो ना ना हो तो अवश्य वो भगत सिंह री पूठ और लोगारी आंख्या बिचाले हो। डर हाँ हो तो जरूर वो भगत सिंह री पूठ और लोगारी आंख्या बिचाले हो। लोग कांपे हा भगत सिंह हंसे हो। ना ना बा हंसी कोनी शात लोगां रे डर रो डर हो। ना ना बा हंसी कोनी शात लोगां रे डर रो डर हो। जिको भीतर रे हजारों विस्फोट आंसू जलमर आंसुआ रे अनंत सागर ने छेकतो छेकतो पालिए ताई पूग हंसी माए बदल गयो हो। जकी दुश्मी रे चेहरे सु जरे ही दुश्मन डरे हो भगत सिंह हंसे हो। नाना बा हंसी कोनी शात लोगां रे डर रो डर हो। जिको भगत सिंह रे हजारों विस्फोटा सु जलमर आंसुआ रे अनंत सागर ने छेकतो छेकतो पालिए ताई पूग हंसी माए बदल गयो हो। जकी दुश्मी रे चेहरे सु जरे ही दुश्मन डरे हो भगत सिंह हंसे हो। मुर्गो मुर्गो काच खावे। मुर्गो काच खावे और मुर्गे ने खावे आदमी। मुर्गो काच खावे अरे मुर्गे ने खावे आदमी। तो ही आदमी अचम्मो करे अरे मुर्गो काच खावे। कुत्ता और आदमी, कुत्ता और आदमी। कुत्ता भूसे, कुत्ता भूसे आदमी दखल माने ललकारे। कुत्ता भूसे आदमी दखल माने ललकारे। आदमी भूसे कुत्ता सामी देखे। अपडेट, अपडेट कविता है। वो जिके डाले पर बैठे है उनने काटे। वो जिके डाले पर बैठे है उनने काटे। डालो पड़ गयो वो कोनी पड़ियो। वो जिके डाले पर बैठे है उन्हीं ने काटे। डालो पड़ गयो वो कोनी पड़ियो। वो जिन न्याव माए सवार है उन्हीं में छेक करे। न्याव डूबगी वो कोनी डूबियो। वो खुद रही पगा कुहाड़ी बावे। वो खुद रही पगा कुहाड़ी बावे। पग किणी और रा कटे। वो कंप्लीट अपडेट है, वो कंप्लीट अपडेट है। क्षण, दलित विमर्श को व्यक्त करती कविता है क्षण। जीभ ही अरहा दो हाथ दो पग, जीभ ही अरहा दो हाथ दो पग, पण ठानी किण सोदे छड़ीज गया में। जीभ ही दो हाथ हा दो पग, पण ठानी किण सोदे छड़ीज गया में। जिन माए जीभ रे बदले दो हाथ दो पग और ले बैठा, जिन माए जीभ रे बदले दो हाथ दो पग और ले बैठा। इब मैं चौहत्ता हाथ चौपाया हा, इब मैं चौहत्ता हाथ चौपाया हा। अर बे देर माने सुधरांग आपरा दो जीबा हा द्विज हा। स्कूल जाऊन रे डरसू, दुनिया रो एक स्कूल जाए राजी कोनी, दुनिया रो एक ही टाबर स्कूल जाए राजी कोनी, स्कूल ने जेल माने टाबर। दुनिया रो एक ही टाबर स्कूल जाए राजी कोनी, स्कूल ने जेल माने टाबर। इन सारू हर भगत छुट्टी री जेवड़ी बटता रवे, इन सारू हर भगत छुट्टी री जेवड़ी बटता रवे। सिर पेट रे उड़ावे रो सिक्को जद खोटो उजे, लांबी बीमारी री चाव ना करे टाबर। सिर पेट रे उड़ावे रो सिक्को जद खोटो हुजे, लांबी बीमारी री चाव ना करे टाबर। अठे ताई के कदी ठीक नहीं होवन वाली बीमारी री गोद में सोवनो सोखो, और स्कूल जावनो दोखो माने टाबर। स्यात स्यात शिक्षा मानव वर्ती रे खिलाफ है, स्यात शिक्षा मानव वर्ती रे खिलाफ है। शिक्षा शू मानव रो किन की कटे, शिक्षा शू मानव रो किन की कटे, जकेरी पीड़ नहीं सह सके वो। शिक्षा मिनख सारू, शिक्षा मिनख सारू, बलद रे कस्सी करावण, गाय रा सींग ठपावण, का कुत्तारी पूंछ कटावण जेड़ी कोई क्रिया है। आग, आग कदे दिखे कोनी, आग कविता है। आग कदे दिखे कोनी, जकी दिखे बा आग कोनी आगरी छिया है। आग कदे दिखे कोनी, जकी दिखे बा आग कोनी आगरी छिया है। आगरी काया अदीठ अर छिया गोचर हुए, आगरी काया अदीठ अर छिया गोचर हुए। अमूमन काया री छिया हुए, पण आग छिया री काया है। अमूमन काया रे छिया हुए, पण आग अमूमन काया री छिया हुए, पण आग छिया री काया है। कैडी माया है जब छिया पिघले तो काया जले, और ओरा री काया ने जलावे, सृष्टि ने चलावे। एक कविता है, एक मशीन स्त्री विमर्श की कविता है मशीन, को सुनो। मशीन, थारे थारे सतत प्रयासा रो फल ओ है, थारे सतत प्रयासा रो फल ओ है, कि थे थारे मिशन में कामयाब हो गया। थारे सतत प्रयासा रो फल ओ है, कि थे थारे मिशन में कामयाब हो गया। आज मैं मुकम्मल तौर से मशीन में तब्दील होगी, घर चलावन वाली मशीन में। आज मैं मुकम्मल तौर से मशीन में तब्दील होगी, घर चलावन वाली मशीन में। जकीरो मन चायो बटन दबाएर, मन माफक चीज हासिल कर सको आप। जकीरो मन चायो बटन दबाएर, मन माफक चीज हासिल कर सको आप। संको क्यों, हंसी वालो बटन दबाएर तो देखो। संको क्यों, हंसी वालो बटन दबाएर तो देखो। रोवती रोवती नहीं हंस पड़ूं तो उखाड़ फेंक दीजिए आंगने से। रोवती रोवती नहीं हंस पड़ूं तो उखाड़ फेंक दीजिए आंगने से। आखिर मशीन ही तो हूं, दूजी बपरा लीजियो, पण अजमायर तो देखो। सेज वालो बटन दबाओ दिखान, हाँ दबाओ, संको क्यों। आखिर मशीन ही तो हूं, दूजी बपरा लीजियो, पण आजमायर तो देखो। सेज वालो बटन दबाओ दिखान, हाँ हाँ दबाओ, झिझको क्यों। काई होयो जे मैं अनसारी हूं, आखिर मशीन हूं, रिपेयर होती रहूं। મને ઠા હે આપને મારો ઉદાસ મું કતઈ આછો નહીં લાગે. મને ઠા હે આપને મારો ઉદાસ મું કતઈ આછો નહીં લાગે. इन सारू चेड़का वारो बटन दबावता हाथ क्यों दुजाओ. पण पछे मारे शू तो कतरावणो ही काई. मैं तो एक मशीन हूं. थारी 100 पाई खातरी तो मारो निर्माण होयो है. मैं बाप री मौत रे गम में डूबी हूं तो काई होयो. श्रृंगार वालो बटन दबाए देखो तो सरी. जे रिजल्ट नहीं आवे तो मशीन जात ने फिटे लाण.
എൻ ചോരയിലുണ്ടൊരു സൂര്യൻ കുങ്കുമഗന്ധം വിതറി ചെങ്കനൽ ചുറ്റും ചിതറി കത്തും തരുണാരുണ ചഞ്ചല സൂര്യൻ. I can go on like this is the language in which I write, Malayalam, but I am reading the English translations for you. I'll read 2 old poems and 2 comparatively new poems. I'm sorry, this is a poem that most of you have heard many times. Stammer. Stammer is no handicap. It is a mode of speech. Stammer is a silence that falls between the word and its meaning, just as lameness is a silence that falls between the word and the deed. Did stammer precede language or succeed it? Is it only a dialect or a language itself? These questions make the linguists stammer. Each time we stammer, we are offering a sacrifice to the God of meanings. When a whole people stammer, stammer becomes their mother tongue, just as it is with us now. God too must have stammered when he created man. That's why every word of man carries different meanings. That's why everything he utters, from his prayers to his commands, stammers like poetry. The Magician is like a story. For those who do not know the traditions, Tumri, as you very well know, is a Hindustani form of music. There is a reference to a particular Tumri in the poem. The Magician. I clearly remember the day the magician had come to our school. You know, in our young days, we used to have magic shows once in a while, like everywhere. I clearly remember the day the magician had come to our school. He showed some card tricks and asked for a girl. It was Khadija who came forward, the bold girl who had been laughing at his manliness, telling everyone the secret of his tricks. He laid her on the table on her back and removed her clothes one by one. Magic, thought everyone, and kept quiet. Then the magician took out a butcher's knife from his bag. I am going to cut this girl into 4 slices like halwa, he declared. Any objection? He asked the teachers and students. Magic, thought everyone, and did not object. We gazed with bated breath. He slowly brought down his knife. Khadija's blood ran about on the school floor, screaming. Magic, thought everyone, and did not wipe the blood. The magician cleaned his knife, got down from the stage, and walked away. Magic, everyone thought, and did not stop him. When he did not come back, Khadija, we called out together. She replied, but we could not see her. her voice had come from the Arabian Nights, the book. We opened the book and saw Khadija gliding on the flying carpet, dropping flowers and peacock feathers over the bleeding Damascus, the dead Baghdad, the choking Tehran, the screaming Cairo, the seething Tunis. Flying with her was a Tumri, Babul Moraneher Chuto Hijai. Khadija, I called again. She dropped a slate pencil from the flying carpet. With that pencil, I wrote my first poem. I still write. As I write each line, I leave my home and go to my beloveds. I read one of the two poems I wrote recently, a short one. I wrote two poems based on what recently happened in Turkey, as part of the democratic protest there. One was a dancer, Erdem Gunduz, a young dancer. He came and stood in a place where every kind of demonstration was forbidden. He just came there, he just stood there, he was not demonstrating, he was not sloganeering. But he, knowing that from the social media, thousands of people came and stood there, and that became a major protest. Another was, that also happened in Turkey, this happened in Gezi Park. The other thing happened in Taksim Square, where again demonstrations were forbidden. A man and a woman, a couple, came and stood there kissing for hours. And then a lot of couples came and they stood there kissing for hours, and that became another show of protest. I am trying to create two metaphors for poetry out of these two small incidents. The standing man, a man still silent, stands in the park where demonstrations are forbidden. He is going nowhere. Nowhere is he coming from. The world passes before him and time behind him. In between, with no flags or slogans, he stands still, silent. The world moves with the sun, and he multiplies, becomes 100, becomes 1,000, hands in pockets. They stand still, silent. This is a nation in war, a nation that stands up against injustice, a glimpse of the future seen in a lightning flash. A man stands in the park, still, silent. The sun goes round him. Poetry is a man standing alone in a forbidden place. And the second one, the kiss. You didn't believe when the poet said, the world changes when two people kiss. It was Octavio Paz who said that. You didn't believe when the poet said, the world changes when two people kiss. See them, a man, a woman, they kiss. Not a man and a woman, but many men, many women, in the same square where the enforcers of law and of morals used to frown together, if ever they walked hand in hand. A man, a woman, many men, many women in the square, once a prison to every kiss. They are breaking the law, the present's law of death. They are making the law, the future's law of life. Poetry is a private kiss, provocatively exchanged in a public place. I'll finish with this old poem, The Mad. Oh, I hope I'm not exceeding my time. The last one, yeah. The Mad. I've had a lot of mad people in my family, literally, and I'm not sure I am not one of them. The mad. The mad have no caste nor religion. They transcend gender, live outside ideologies. We do not deserve their innocence. Their language is not of dreams but of another reality. Their love is moonlight. It overflows on the full moon day. Looking up, they see gods we have never heard of. They are shaking their wings when we fancy they are shrugging their shoulders. They hold, even flies have souls, and the green god of grasshoppers leaps up on thin legs. At times they see trees bleed, hear lions roar from the streets. They watch heaven gleaming in a kitten's eyes, just as we do. But they alone can hear ants sing in a chorus. While patting the air, they are taming a cyclone over the Mediterranean. With their heavy tread, they stop a volcano from erupting. They have another measure of time. Our century is their second. 21 seconds and they reach Christ. 6 more, they are with the Buddha. In a single day, they reach the Big Bang at the beginning. They go on walking restless, for their earth is boiling still. The mad are not mad like us.
Just 3 minutes, okay? Okay. Yeah. I read. I'm the last poet because my name begins with Y. Yoko is my. Okay? Newborns have soft lips, skillful tongues, and elastic cheeks. They can produce any sound that exists on earth. To learn one's mother tongue means to stifle the sounds one doesn't use. Many forgotten sounds never come back. The sound of the foreign language records dreams in which the forgotten figures come back to us. The learning of a foreign language is a work of recollection. In 1979, I made my first trip to Europe with the Trans-Siberian Railway. It took 11 days from Tokyo to Moscow. Was the I that arrived the same one as before? The human body is 80% water. Since I drank Russian water every day in Russia, my body became 80% Russian. In the Japanese language, there are many words that mean I, but none of them is a personal pronoun. Are you sure that the mere line I can stand for the subject? In Germany, no one wants ice cubes in his drink. No one knows why. This is a poem about American ships that they came to Japan in the middle of 18th century, and Japan was closed for over 200 years. And then now Japan must open the country, and people are afraid of it. But they have also, they dream of the future. Muna苦しい。胸苦しい村の苦しい村の中に苦しい村の中に群れる苦しい村の中に群れる村が苦しい村の中に群れる村が群れて黒船が来る黒船が来るって黒船が来るって回って黒船が来るって回って戻って黒船が来るって回って戻ってくるって黒船が来るって回って戻ってくるって天王星戻って波打仏お打仏広々のんびりビリでもいい広い Thank you. And the next poem is about Fukushima. After the disaster in Fukushima, it's a Japanese poem too, but with the quote from that Hamlet by Shakespeare. And Hamlet's question is to be or not to be. But the question in Fukushima is to eat or not to eat the vegetables from Fukushima. Okay? Hamlet, no see. 飛べ、飛べ、飛んび、飛び、飛べ、飛び、飛ぶべきか、飛ばないべきか、to be、それとも not to be、それは問題か、食えと言われても食えない、それが問題、question。福島のマッシュルームと書いてある。食えたら食ってあげたい。召し上がってくれよ。食べるないんだ。食え、クエスチョン。食べられるのか。福島のトマト。福島のキャベツ。福島の大根ですと書いてある八重のマジックペンで、クエズクエスチョン。That is a question whether 安全か危険か。危険だけど健康。いえ、安全だけど病気にはなる。調べたから安全です。数字で書く安全。目の中の血管の赤信号をピカッ意識の中に in the mind 含まれた苦悩サファー、シェイクスピアが途切れ途切れに聞こえてくる。海の向こうから、汚れた海の向こうから、なぜ海を敵に回すのか。C を海に垂れ流す。死ぬのは C、いらないのは C。against the sea of troubles。福島の to die, to sleep, no more, and by a sleep to say we end。海の言語がわからない。もう息ができないと言っているのか。それともまだ還元できると言っているのか。海と話をすることができたなら、and the thousand 千代にや千代にこれから苦しむナチュラルショックス、自然には還元できないショック、耳を澄まして聞き取れる言語だけでも波の間から集めて書き留めて to die, to sleep 眠らないで食え question of Shakespeare. Thank you.
So big thank you to everyone. K. Satyanandan Ji is one of the India's most widely translated contemporary poets. Ram Swarup Ji, one of the very own poets from Rajasthan. Yoko Twada from Tokyo, who writes both in Japanese and German, and the winner of numerous awards. Melissa Lee, reviewer for the Short Review. Mark Waldron from New York, who has been named as one of the 2014 Generation Poets by PBS. Luke Kennard, a senior lecturer at University of Birmingham. Kay Miller, a poet, essayist and novelist from Jamaica. And lastly, British Council for supporting this hour. Big thank you to all of you. Good night. Have a nice day. We request you all to keep the venue clean, so if you could just pick up all the litter and drop it at the dustbins. Thank you so much.
We would also like to thank our sponsors.